Welcome back, legends. You're at Crossover Harry. Another incredible story awaits. Harry was raised by Ra's al Ghul and returned to Hogwarts as the most feared assassin wizard in all history. Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1, The Demon's Heir. The boy moved through the shadows of Marrakesh like he'd been born in them. He hadn't been, of course. He'd been born in a cottage in Godric's Hollow on a rainy Tuesday, to parents who loved him enough to die for him. But that was a different life, belonging to a different boy, and Harry had long since stopped thinking about it the way other orphans thought about their origins, with ache and longing and the specific grief of a door you never got to open. Ra's al Ghul had taught him that nostalgia was a luxury, and luxuries made you slow. Harry was not slow. He was 11 years old, slight for his age, with black hair that fell across his forehead in a way that perpetually annoyed his instructors, and green eyes that caught light oddly in the dark, too bright, too still, like a cat's. The scar on his forehead was hidden beneath a thin strip of keffiyeh he'd wound loosely around his head, partly for the dust and partly because Raz had been very clear: your mark identifies you to people who are not yet your allies. Control what they see. Below him, the Medina spread out in its ancient geometry, a city designed to confuse invaders, all narrow passages and sudden dead ends and courtyards that appeared from nowhere. Harry had memorized it in 4 days. Not because he'd been ordered to, but because empty time made his hands restless and maps made his mind quiet. He dropped from the rooftop without a sound, landed in a crouch that absorbed all the impact, and straightened in one continuous motion. The target was a weapons broker named Farouk, who had been selling stolen magical artifacts to a faction of dark wizards operating out of northern Morocco. The League had been tracking the supply chain for 3 months. Harry had been given the assignment 6 days ago, told only the name and the city, and left to construct the rest himself. That was how Raz did things. He gave you the problem and watched how you solved it, and the solution told him more about you than any test could. Harry had spent the first 2 days doing nothing. Just watching, eating flatbread from a market stall near the Medina entrance, drinking mint tea so sweet it made his teeth ache, and watching the way people moved through the streets. By the end of the second day he knew where Farouk conducted his business, who his guards were, when they changed shifts, which one of them was skimming from the merchandise, and, most usefully, that Farouk had a meeting tonight in a riad 3 streets east of the Jima Lfna. The 3rd through 5th days he'd spent in preparation. Tonight, he worked. The alley he moved through smelled of charcoal and cumin and something older underneath, the smell of stone that had been standing for 1,000 years. He counted the doorways without looking at them directly. Raz had drilled that into him early, the peripheral counting, because direct attention telegraphed itself and people felt watched when you looked at them, even from across a room, even from behind them. See without looking. Know without asking. Move without leaving traces. He stopped at a particular door, unremarkable, weathered wood painted once in blue and now faded to the color of old sky. He pressed one hand flat against the wood and felt the ward. It was a decent ward. Mediterranean magical tradition, layered, designed to alert the caster to unauthorized entry rather than stop it outright, a surveillance tool rather than a barrier. Harry had encountered wards like it before during his training. Raz maintained contacts in the wizarding world, men and women who owed the League favors or feared the League's long memory, and 3 of them had spent the last 2 years teaching Harry magical theory that went considerably beyond anything taught in formal wizarding schools. He reached into the small leather satchel at his hip and withdrew a piece of chalk made from powdered moonstone. He'd made it himself, ground the stone by hand in the pre-dawn hours of the 4th day, the way the old Moroccan wizard who taught him had shown him. He traced 3 precise symbols around the door's edge, connecting them at the threshold, and felt the ward blink. Not break, that would have alarmed the caster. Blink, the way an eye blinks when you press gently on it from the outside, brief and instinctive, seeing nothing. He was inside before the blink resolved. The riad's interior courtyard was lovely, all blue and white zellige tilework and an orange tree and the soft sound of a fountain. Harry noticed none of this aesthetically and all of it tactically. The 3 men stationed around the perimeter, the 2 on the first-floor balcony, the single guard at the far door that led to the back room where Farouk was currently in conversation. 7 guards total. Farouk himself. He stood in the courtyard, completely still, and assessed. Then he moved. What happened next took 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Harry had estimated 5, which meant he was ahead of schedule. Roz would have noted that and said nothing, which was as close to praise as the man ever got. The guards went down non-lethally, which was what the mission parameters specified. The League did not deal in unnecessary deaths. Roz was firm on that point in a way that sometimes surprised people who had preformed ideas about assassins. Unnecessary deaths create chaos. Chaos cannot be controlled. We deal in precision, not carnage. Harry had, at various points in his training, tested the limits of that philosophy in conversation, because Roz actively encouraged him to argue. If you cannot defeat the argument defeats you, and a defeated argument is a vulnerability. He'd asked once, around age 9, whether the distinction between necessary and unnecessary deaths wasn't somewhat convenient, a philosophical fig leaf for what was, practically speaking, a killing organization. Roz had looked at him for a long moment with those ancient, unreadable eyes, and then said, very quietly, yes. That tension is real. Don't let anyone, including me, pretend otherwise. Harry had thought about that answer for 2 years. He found Farouk in the back room, surrounded by crates, in conversation with 2 men who wore the kind of tailored indifference that meant they were trying to look like they had nothing to lose. The weapons broker was a broad man, 50s, with a beard that was more salt than pepper and the particular confidence of someone who had been doing dangerous business for a long time without consequence. The 2 buyers were the ones the League actually wanted. Farouk was incidental. Harry stunned him efficiently and stepped over him, and the 2 dark wizards scrambled for their wands and found that they were already pointed at them from 2 different angles, and that the boy holding the wands didn't look particularly concerned about either of them. Wands on the floor, Harry said. His Arabic was flawless. His voice was very calm. Slowly. With 2 fingers. They looked at each other. Then they looked at him, the boy, the slight, dark-haired boy who couldn't be more than 11, 12 at the outside, holding their own wands in either hand with the easy familiarity of someone who found wandwork deeply unimpressive. You're a child, said one of them, in the tone of someone who hoped this was still a surprise worth trying. That's accurate, Harry said. Wands. They put their wands on the floor. Harry bound them with a spell that the old Moroccan wizard had called Kaid al-Nam, ant binding, for the way it worked slowly, tightening as you struggled, and relieved them of the artifacts they were in the process of buying, and left the whole scene in a condition that the Moroccan magical authorities would find very informative when they arrived at the address Harry had already sent them via a letter deposited in a post box on his first night in the city. He was back over the rooftop and 3 streets away before the first sounds of commotion rose from the riad. He sat on a rooftop near the Kutubiyya Mosque, unwrapped the keffiyeh from around his head, and let the night air move through his hair. The city spread below him, lit gold and blue, and the minaret rose against a sky full of stars. He ate the last of the flatbread from his pocket and watched Marrakesh do its nighttime business. His satchel buzzed. He reached inside and found the small device. It wasn't magic exactly, or technology exactly, but something Roz had developed that sat in the space between the 2, a flat disk of polished obsidian that vibrated when someone wanted to reach him and displayed script when he pressed his thumb to its surface. The League didn't use owls. Roz found owls operationally impractical and, privately, Harry suspected he found them undignified. The script read, "Return to base. There is something requiring your attention. Not urgent. Not immediately." Those words had specific meanings in Ra's vocabulary, deployed precisely and rarely. This was simply return, which meant at his own pace, which meant Raz was in one of his patient moods, which could mean a great many things. Harry tucked the disc away, finished the flatbread, and watched the stars for another 10 minutes because Raz had also taught him that a mind at rest solved problems a mind at work couldn't reach, and 11-year-old Harry had several problems he was currently leaving to his resting mind. Then he descended into the city and began the journey back. The League's current base was 3 hours outside Marrakesh, in the Atlas Mountains, in a fortress that looked from the outside like a ruin and from the inside like the 16th century had been preserved in amber. Ra's al Ghul had a preference for old things. He'd lived through most of them, which Harry supposed gave you a different relationship to history than most people had. Harry arrived at dawn, passed through 4 checkpoints where the guards looked at him with the particular professional expression of men who had been told to maintain the same vigilance with this specific child as with an armed adult operative, and found Raz in his study. Raz al Ghul was, depending on which version of his birth records you believed, somewhere between 400 and 700 years old. He looked 65, vigorous, with silver hair and a pointed beard and eyes that had watched empires rise and collapse with the same patient attention Harry applied to rooftop surveillance. He was reading when Harry entered, something in Urdu, and he finished the page before looking up, which was standard. Raz never interrupted himself for anyone, including Harry, which had driven Harry absolutely insane until he was about 8, at which point he'd adopted the same habit and the two of them had spent a memorable afternoon sitting in absolute silence while each waited for the other to finish their reading. The assignment was completed? Raz said. 6 hours ahead of schedule. Harry dropped into the chair across from him, the informal slouch of someone completely at ease, and pulled his legs up to sit cross-legged. Raz permitted this in private. In front of the rest of the League he expected formality. In private, between the two of them, there existed something closer to ease. The Moroccan authorities have everything they need to trace the supply chain another 4 steps toward the source. The artifacts are here. He put the satchel on the desk. Farouk is alive. The buyers are bound and have had approximately 6 hours to think about their situation. Raz opened the satchel and examined the artifacts briefly, efficiently, with the touch of a man who knew what he was looking for. He set it aside. No complications. One ward more sophisticated than the intelligence suggested. I adapted. The chalk. Worked exactly as described. I'd like to modify the formula. I think you can extend the blink duration by adding a secondary moonstone element, grind the moonstone at different stages of the lunar cycle and layer them. Twice as long, probably. I want to test it. Raz looked at him with something that, in a less controlled face, might have been pleased. You may use the laboratory. He folded his hands on the desk, a gesture Harry recognized as the prelude to a shift in conversation. Sit up. Harry sat up. Raz reached into the desk drawer and produced an envelope. Cream-colored, heavy paper, a wax seal in deep crimson. He placed it on the desk between them, and Harry looked at it without picking it up. It arrived 3 days ago, Raz said. The second has been arriving annually since your first birthday, addressed here specifically, which tells me someone with exceptional intelligence has known your location for 10 years and chosen not to act on that knowledge. He said this without apparent emotion, but Harry heard the weight underneath it, the acknowledgement that there were those out there who had found his greatest secret and sat quietly with it, and that Raz found that deeply interesting rather than threatening. I have read it. Of course, Harry said. He would have read it too. Before you open it, Raz said, I want to tell you something. What I say next, I say as a factual assessment, with no agenda beyond your information. You were raised here because I chose to invest in you, and because I believed you would become what you have become. My reasons were my own. But you should understand, in full, how you came to be here. Harry looked at him steadily. He'd known, in the loose way that children absorb truths too large to fully process, that his history was complicated. Raz had never hidden that. He'd also never explained it in detail, and Harry had understood, without being told, that this was one of those conversations that waited for the right moment. He was patient. He'd been trained to wait. Raz told him. The full version. The cottage in Godric's Hollow, the parents, the curse that should have killed an infant and didn't, the old headmaster with his plan, the Dursley family, the 6-hour window in which Harry had sat on the wrong doorstep in the wrong city while a series of small magical miscommunications, a confused port key, a delayed message, a redirected owl, stacked themselves into a catastrophe of timing. The League's scouts in southern England, following a different trail entirely, who had reported the crackling residual magic on an infant in a doorway in the small hours of the morning. The decision Roz had made in under 4 minutes when they described the scar. Harry listened to all of it without moving. When Roz finished, the study was very quiet. Outside, the mountains were going golden with dawn light, and somewhere below a training session was beginning, the distant rhythmic sounds of the courtyard. "You knew what I was," Harry said. "Before you knew anything else about me." "I knew what you carried," Roz said. "The rest of you developed separately, and it was, in my assessment, considerably more interesting." Harry looked at the envelope. "You're telling me this now because of the letter." "I'm telling you this now because you are ready to hear it, and because what you decide after reading that letter should be made with complete information." Roz paused. "I do not make decisions for you. I never have." This was not strictly true, but Harry understood what he meant by it. Roz had shaped him, trained him, built the scaffolding of who he was. But within that structure, the choices had always been Harry's. What to pursue, what to question, what to refuse. Roz had pushed back, fiercely, at times, but he had never overridden. It was the one thing Harry had always trusted about him. He picked up the envelope and broke the seal. "Mr. H. Potter, the League of Shadows, Atlas Mountains, Morocco. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." The list of books and equipment fell into his lap. He looked at it. Standard first-year supplies, robes, wand, cauldron, standard texts. Nothing he hadn't already read, in most cases in original editions considerably older than the ones on the list. "Hogwarts," Harry said. "The premier wizarding school in Britain, and one of the most defensible magical structures in the world," Roz said. "I have studied it at some length. The headmaster is Albus Dumbledore, who is either the most formidable wizard alive or has done an exceptional job of making others believe so. Possibly both." He tilted his head slightly. "He is also, I believe, the man who placed you on that doorstep. You want me to go?" "I want nothing in this matter. I observe that your magical education, while considerable, has been unconventional. I observe that your connection to the wizarding world carries implications that we have not yet fully explored. I observe that Dumbledore has known your location for 10 years and has chosen this specific moment to invite you formally, which is interesting, and that his reasons for doing so are likely complex." Roz picked up his book again, a gesture that meant he was giving Harry the space to think. "I observe that you are 11 years old, that you have completed 4 solo assignments in the last 18 months, that you have read more about the wizarding world than most people who live in it, and that you are, in my experience, most dangerous in environments that underestimate you." He opened the book. "The decision is yours," he said, and began reading. Harry spent 2 days thinking about it. He ran the mountain paths in the early mornings, the ones that took him up above the snow line and back, 6 miles of loose rock in altitude that would have been genuinely dangerous for anyone who hadn't been doing it since age 8. He sparred with the senior league instructors, not the junior ones, who he'd stopped being usefully challenged by 2 years ago, and spent an afternoon with Ahmad, the old Moroccan wizard, reviewing advanced ward theory. He ate dinner with the league operatives in the communal hall and listened to conversations in 5 languages and thought. On the 3rd morning he went back to Roz's study. Roz was already awake, which was not a surprise. Harry had never in his life seen Ra's al Ghul surprised by morning. The man seemed to exist outside of circadian rhythm as a matter of principle. "I'll go," Harry said. Roz did not look up from his correspondence immediately. "Then, your reasons?" This was the question Roz always asked. Not "are you sure?" He'd never once asked Harry that, having formed a very early opinion that asking 11-year-olds whether they were sure was an excellent way to produce adults who questioned themselves at critical moments. Always, your reasons. Give me the logic. Because Ra's al Ghul doesn't ignore an intelligence opportunity, Harry said, and neither do I. Dumbledore has an agenda. The wizarding world has a political structure that could be useful or dangerous depending on how it's managed. And there's a piece of my history living at Hogwarts that I should understand better. He paused. Also because I want to. Raz looked up at the last sentence. It was nearly imperceptible, the way his eyes moved, but Harry had been reading this man's face for 10 years and nothing about it was subtle to him anymore. The last reason is the most honest, Raz said. It is. Then go for the last reason and let the tactical arguments be what they are, a framework, not a justification. Raz set down his pen. I will expect letters. Not coded ones. Letters. Something shifted in Harry's chest, briefly and uncomfortably. He managed it with the same efficiency he applied to everything else. You'll write back. I will, Raz said. And Harry. He used the name so rarely that it always landed differently when he did. Usually he said boy or simply nothing at all. The name meant he was being very particular. You are going to a school. Not a mission. Go to it like a person, not an operative. Harry thought about this. Those aren't mutually exclusive. No, Raz agreed, something almost like dry amusement in his voice. I don't suppose they are, for you. He picked up his pen again. You leave in 1 week. I'll arrange transport. The week was a curriculum of its own. Raz called in 3 people Harry hadn't met before, 2 of them wizards, 1 a witch, all of them with connections to the British wizarding world, all of them willing to spend several hours answering questions from an 11-year-old who asked with unnerving precision. Harry learned the current political landscape, the Ministry of Magic, its factions and weaknesses, the families with real power versus the families with visible power, rarely the same, the shadow history of Voldemort's first war and the way it had carved fault lines through everything that followed. He learned about the school itself, the houses, the rivalries, the staff, the specific and legendary unpredictability of Albus Dumbledore. He listened to all of it with the focused quiet that had made his instructors simultaneously admire and unsettle. When one of the visiting wizards made an offhand comment about Voldemort in the careful, hedging way that British wizards always did, voice dropping, eyes shifting, Harry simply asked, why does saying his name cause that reaction? The wizard stared at him. Fear conditioning, the witch said, watching Harry with interest. After the war. His name became associated with attack, with trauma. A generation of people trained themselves not to say it and trained the next generation the same way. So the name is a diagnostic tool, Harry said. If I say it in the right context, I can identify who was closest to the trauma and who adopted the fear secondhand. The witch looked at him for a long moment. You're going to be very interesting at that school, she said. Harry had already packed by the 4th day. He didn't own much by deliberate preference. Raz kept a Spartan household and Harry had absorbed this along with everything else. Clothes, books, 12 of them, none on the official school list, his tools, the obsidian disc. He added a Muggle notebook and 4 good pens because he'd found the wizarding world's relationship with quill and ink impressively impractical. On the last evening, Raz took him to the highest point of the fortress, a battlement that looked out over the full sweep of the Atlas Mountains going purple in the dusk, and they stood there without talking for a long time, which was one of the ways they had always communicated best. You're going to tell me to be careful, Harry said eventually. I'm going to tell you, Raz said, to trust your assessment over other people's expectations. The wizarding world has a story about you. They have built it carefully from the outside of a locked room, and they will expect you to walk through the door and confirm it. He looked at the mountains. You will do neither. I don't intend to. I know. Raz turned and looked at him, and this was the closest Harry had ever seen the old man to something unguarded. Just for a moment, there was something in those ancient eyes that was not the demon's head, not the League's founder, not the strategist or the philosopher or the weapon-maker. Just a man who had raised a child for 10 years and was watching him leave. You have exceeded every expectation I formed when you arrived. I want you to know that. Harry didn't say anything immediately. His throat had done something unhelpful, which he was managing with considerable internal effort. "All right," he said. "You will," Roz said, as if this were a certainty rather than a promise, and turned back to the mountains. They transported him to London 2 days before the September 1st departure. Not by any wizarding method, Roz had arranged a private flight, then a car, then a handoff to a League contact in Kensington who maintained a flat that the League used occasionally. The contact was a brisk woman named Celia who had the posture of a retired military officer and the eyes of someone who'd been in the League long enough to find an 11-year-old assassin wizard unremarkable. "Diagon Alley tomorrow," she told him, pressing a Gringotts key into his hand. "Roz arranged access to your family vault 3 years ago, through channels I won't bore you with. The key is yours." She looked at him levelly. "You need robes, a wand, and the official book list, which you probably don't need but will make you conspicuous if you don't have." "I know what I need," Harry said. "Thank you." She almost smiled. "I've been told you would say exactly that." He spent the evening reading one of his books, a rare text on Arabic magical binding theory, 3rd edition, that Ahmad had given him as a parting gift with the inscription for the student who has not yet found the question he is looking for, and didn't sleep much, because the flat was in London and London sounded different from every other city he'd slept in. Bigger, colder, damper. The buses and the distant trains and the rain that had started around midnight. He lay on his back in the dark and thought about Hogwarts, and about Roz, and about the fact that somewhere under this city was a street where a man sat in a vault and could probably feel, through whatever tenuous magical connection a scar created, that his mark was back in Britain for the first time in a decade. Harry reached up and touched the scar with 2 fingers. He wondered what it felt like from the other end. Then he put his hand down, turned over, and went to sleep, because tomorrow was going to be a long day and he had things to do, and unhelpful speculation at midnight was exactly the kind of thinking Roz had trained him out of before he was 6. When he woke, London was grey and clean with rain, and Harry Potter, the demon's heir, the most accomplished graduate the League of Shadows had produced in a century, 11 years old and entirely unafraid, ate a piece of toast, put on his coat, and went to find his wand. He found Ollivander's without difficulty. The shop was exactly where Celia's map said it would be, wedged between 2 other shops with the particular air of a building that had been standing for a very long time and intended to keep standing regardless of what the buildings around it did. The peeling gold letters above the door. The single wand in the window, resting on a faded purple cushion, looking like it had been there since the first wand was ever made. Harry stepped inside and the bell over the door rang. The shop was narrow and dim, floor-to-ceiling boxes, dust in the light from the single window, the particular smell of wood and something older underneath. Harry stood in the center of it and looked around with the unhurried attention of someone taking an inventory. There was a chair, a small counter, and more boxes than any building this small should have been able to contain. "I wondered," said a voice from the shadows to his left, "when you would come." Harry turned. Garrick Ollivander emerged from between 2 stacks of boxes with the soundless quality of very old men who had learned to move through small spaces. He was white-haired, pale-eyed, with the fixed, unblinking attention of someone who looked at people the way other people looked at mechanisms, not rudely, but with genuine, consuming interest in how they worked. "Mr. Potter," he said. Not a question. He was looking at the forehead, not the scar, which was hidden behind Harry's fringe, but at the forehead itself, as if he could see through to the bone. "I sold the wand that gave you that scar. 10¼ inches, you, phoenix feather. I remember every wand I have ever sold. But I remember that one." His pale eyes moved to Harry's face. "I remember it gave great power and great grief to the one who carried it." "I know the story," Harry said. Not rudely, but with the firmness of someone who didn't need the narrative constructed for them. Ollivander looked at him for a long, searching moment, and something shifted in his expression, not quite surprise, but something adjacent to it. A recalibration. Yes, he said, slowly. I imagine you do. He turned toward the boxes. Let us find your wand, then. The process took 40 minutes and 23 wands, which Ollivander seemed to find both unusual and deeply satisfying, making small sounds to himself as each wand failed to respond, not the total absence of response Harry had expected, but rather a muted flicker, like a fire that found the wood too green. Something in him was too particular, too layered, too much. The 24th wand was holly, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather core, and Harry knew before Ollivander said anything that this was the one, because the warmth that moved up his arm when he lifted it wasn't the sharp bright warmth of the magic he usually worked with but something else, something deeper, like a voice he'd always known was there but never been able to hear clearly. He waved it. The window filled with gold light. Ollivander was very still. Holly and phoenix feather, he said, in a different voice. 11 inches, pliable. Curious. Very curious. He looked at Harry and the odd searching quality of his gaze had changed again, grown more careful, more weighted. The phoenix who gave the feather in your wand gave only one other feather. To the wand of he who gave you your scar. I know, Harry said. He was examining the wand, checking its balance, feeling the way it sat in his hand. You mentioned that to my father as well, I'm told. Ollivander blinked. Yes. I did. He paused. How do you know that? Harry looked up at him, and something in his green eyes, too still, too certain, the eyes of someone who had been deciding what to reveal and what to withhold since before most children had learned to read, made Ollivander go quiet in the particular way that people went quiet when they realized the person they were speaking with was not who they had expected to find. I read a great deal, Harry said, pleasantly. He paid for the wand, 7 galleons, and thanked Ollivander with the precise and genuine courtesy that Roz had insisted was the only acceptable mode of address to skilled craftsmen. He was back on Diagon Alley in the grey London light before Ollivander had finished writing up the sale, turning the wand in his fingers, feeling the feather inside it like a second pulse. The other end of the connection, he thought. The twin wand. The matched beat. He stopped walking and looked up at the rooftops, grey sky above the crooked magical buildings, London all around them, ordinary and oblivious. In 2 days he would board a train. In 2 days, the wizarding world was going to meet Harry Potter. Harry put the wand in his coat pocket, lifted the collar against the rain, and let himself feel, just for a moment, just in the privacy of his own chest where no one could see it, the small, sharp, inconvenient feeling that was not quite fear and not quite excitement but somewhere in the territory between the two, in the space that Roz had always told him was where the most important things happened. Then he walked back to the leaky cauldron to arrange his supplies, because sentimentality was a luxury, and he had work to do. Chapter 2, Platform 9 3/4. The leaky cauldron smelled like centuries of spilled ale and pipe smoke and the particular human residue of a place that had served as a threshold between worlds for longer than anyone currently alive could remember. Harry sat at a corner table with his back to the wall, always, the wall at his back. Roz had drilled this into him before he understood why and now he did it without thinking, and ate eggs and toast and watched the morning crowd. It was the 31st of August. He had 1 day before the train. The pub was a study in magical Britain compressed into a single room. He catalogued it the way he catalogued everything. The barman, Tom, moving with the automatic efficiency of someone who had been pouring drinks for the same clientele for decades. 2 witches in the far corner, both middle-aged, both reading the Daily Prophet with the focused expressions of people looking for something specific. A man near the fire who had the look of someone who had been drinking since considerably earlier than breakfast and who kept glancing at the door. 3 Hogwarts students, he could tell by the trunks, the new robes, the mingled excitement and nerves, eating quickly at the middle table with their parents. Harry watched the parents more than the children. He'd spent 10 years in a world where family meant something different from the word's ordinary use. The League was a family of competence and shared purpose. What he was looking at across this room was something else, the particular, unguarded way a mother touched her daughter's shoulder, the father who kept looking at his son's face as if he was trying to memorize it, the way the children simultaneously wanted to be seen and wanted to escape. None of it was strategic. All of it was real. He looked away and finished his eggs. After breakfast he went back through Diagon Alley and finished his shopping with methodical efficiency. Robes, the woman at Madame Malkin's fitted him without conversation, which he appreciated, though she gave his measurements a slightly puzzled look, the look people gave a child who stood perfectly still and didn't fidget. Books, from Flourish and Blots, where he bought the official list and added 8 more volumes that the bookseller watched him select with visible interest. Cauldron, scales, telescope, the standard kit. He arranged everything in his trunk with the kind of organizational precision that would have amused the League's senior operatives, who had once discovered that Harry at age 9 had reorganized the Fortress Armory into a cross-index system that was, objectively, better than the one they'd been using for 40 years. He also bought an owl. This surprised him slightly. He hadn't planned to. But he was passing Elop's Owl Emporium and the snowy owl in the window looked at him with the direct, unapologetic assessment of something that had decided to take him seriously, and Harry found this attitude appealing in another creature. He named her Athena, because Roz had given him a thorough classical education and also because the owl's demeanor was considerably more martial than most birds he'd encountered. "You and I are going to be useful to each other," he told her in the shop, with complete sincerity. She ruffled her feathers in a way that conveyed either agreement or withering indifference. He bought her anyway. King's Cross Station on September 1st was a particular kind of controlled chaos that Harry observed from a careful distance before wading into it. He arrived at 90 minutes before the train. Celia had dropped him at the station entrance with a handshake that was brisk and warm in equal measure and the words "watch yourself" delivered in a tone that was more professional courtesy than genuine concern. He'd watched her car pull away, squared his shoulders under the weight of his trunk's carrying strap, put Athena's cage in the crook of his arm, and walked into the noise. Finding the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 took approximately 2 minutes of observation. He watched a pair of red-haired boys disappear through it while their mother stood on the other side, then a girl with her father, then a boy running too fast who barely made it through without stumbling. The Muggle crowd streamed past, oblivious, which was itself an interesting piece of magic, not invisibility but something more elegant, a repulsion of attention. He walked through without slowing. The magic passed over him like a change in air pressure and he was through. Platform 9 3/4 was extraordinary. He wouldn't have said so aloud, because expressing uncomplicated wonder was something he was still learning to do without feeling operationally exposed. But the Hogwarts Express was genuinely extraordinary, brilliant scarlet against the steam-wreathed platform, the smell of coal smoke and magic layered together, the controlled bedlam of families and owls and first-years and returning students and trunks and cats and someone somewhere trying to wrangle a toad. He stood at the edge of it and let himself take it in for a full 10 seconds, which was, for him, an extravagance. Then he found a compartment, stored his trunk, put Athena's cage in the overhead rack, and sat down with one of his books. He read for 40 minutes. In the 41st minute, the compartment door opened. "Do you mind? Everywhere else is full." He looked up. A girl, brown hair in a bushy halo, front teeth slightly large, the specific alert expression of someone whose brain was running faster than most of the people around her, was standing in the doorway with a cat under one arm and a book in her other hand. She was looking at him with the direct, assessing gaze of someone who had learned that making a strong first impression was more reliable than waiting to be noticed. Harry noted the book she was holding. A History of Magic, Bathilda Bagshot standard text. Already annotated in the margins, he could see, even from this distance. "Go ahead," he said. She sat across from him, settled the cat, a ginger thing, flat-faced and imperious, on the seat beside her, and opened her book. Harry watched her for a moment the way he watched everything, and then went back to his own reading. 30 seconds passed. "That's not on the school list," she said, without looking up from her own book. "No," Harry agreed. "What is it?" "Principia Alchemica. Paracelsus, Revised Edition." The standard first-year potions texts are derived from it, but they've stripped out about 60% of the theoretical underpinning. I prefer the original. She looked up at that, and her expression went through something interesting, the surprise of someone who had been expecting to be the most prepared person in the compartment and had encountered an unexpected variable. Harry was familiar with this expression. He'd been producing it in adults since he was about 7. Hermione Granger, she said, with the slightly formal quality of someone who decided to take the conversation seriously. Harry Potter. The reaction was immediate and involuntary. Her eyes went to his forehead, then snapped back to his face with the guilty speed of someone who knew staring was rude but hadn't managed to stop before starting. He let it pass without comment. He'd seen this reaction coming from the moment he'd arrived on the platform, and it had been aimed at him by 6 different people, at least 3 of whom had whispered to their neighbors. "You know who you are," she said, working it out. "I mean, you know about the wizarding world already." "I've known for years." "How? Were you raised by a wizarding family?" "Because not your file, I just read a lot, and there was a mention in the rise and fall of the dark arts that you'd been placed with Muggle relatives after." She stopped, looking slightly embarrassed by the information avalanche. "Sorry. I read too much." "You don't read too much," Harry said. "You just say what you know without deciding first whether it's appropriate, which is a different thing." She looked at him for a moment. "That's quite an observation for someone I've known for 40 seconds. 55, now." He held her gaze. "I wasn't placed with Muggle relatives." "That's apparently a discrepancy in the historical record." "Where were you placed?" "Abroad." "That's not an answer." "It's the answer I'm giving," Harry said, pleasantly. "What school were you at before?" She accepted the redirect with the pragmatic grace of someone who understood that pushing would only close doors. "No magical school. I'm Muggle-born. I only found out I was a witch last year. I've been reading everything I could find since then." She paused. "Which is why it's strange that your name appears in 4 different books as having been placed with a Muggle family in Surrey." "Historians," Harry said, "are only as good as their sources, and their sources are only as reliable as the people who provided them." Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. "Are you saying the historical record is deliberately inaccurate?" "I'm saying the historical record reflects what certain people chose to report. That's always worth remembering." He looked at her over the top of his book. "What are you hoping to study at Hogwarts?" She answered, "All of it, subject by subject," with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting for someone worth telling, and Harry listened with genuine interest, because the architecture of another person's intellectual priorities was always informative. She was thorough. She'd read the curricula. She'd already formed opinions about the efficacy of the standard teaching methods based on the textbooks. She was, he concluded after 4 minutes of listening, probably the most academically prepared first year on this train, which put her comfortably in the top tier of interesting people he'd encountered. He told her so. "You're strange," she said, but she was smiling. "So I've been told." The train lurched into motion. Outside the window, London began to slide past, rooftops and backyards, and gradually the city thinning into suburbs, then into the wide grey-green of the English countryside, and Hermione asked him about the Principia Alchemica and he told her, and she asked sharp questions, and he answered them, and the compartment filled with the particular energy of 2 people who had found an intellect worth engaging with and were running at it with everything they had. It was, Harry thought, the most unexpectedly enjoyable conversation he'd had in a year. The compartment door opened again at noon. While they were eating from the trolley, Harry had bought enough for 2 without mentioning it, and Hermione had accepted without comment, which he respected. 3 boys. The one in the lead was blonde, pale, with the particular carried quality of someone who had been told all their life that their posture communicated their worth. He scanned the compartment with the expression of someone doing a social calculation and arriving at a result he found satisfying. The 2 behind him were larger, quieter, the specific configuration of satellites that orbited a particular kind of personality. "Potter," the blonde boy said. I heard you were on the train. I'm Draco Malfoy. He said the name the way people said names when they expected the name to do work. Harry looked at him. Hello. Malfoy waited for a moment, waiting for the recognition, the response to the name, the social machinery to engage. When it didn't, something flickered behind his pale eyes. He adjusted. You'll want to know about the houses before we get to Hogwarts. Some families are better than others. I know about the houses, Harry said. Then you know that Slytherin is where the serious people go. Malfoy glanced at Hermione with the effortless dismissiveness of someone who had been practicing dismissiveness since childhood. And you'll want to be careful about who you make friends with on the train. Harry regarded him for a moment. Not with hostility. Not with warmth. With the specific, measured attention of a person deciding how much of their time this was worth. Draco Malfoy, he said. Your father is Lucius Malfoy, who served as a Death Eater during Voldemort's first campaign and avoided Azkaban by claiming Imperius, a claim that the Ministry accepted because accepting it was politically easier than pursuing it. Your family has been aligned with pure-blood supremacist ideology for at least 4 generations. Your mother is Narcissa Black, whose family has produced some genuinely impressive magical practitioners alongside some spectacular catastrophes. He tilted his head slightly. You're telling me that Slytherin is where serious people go, which is true. You're also implying that my choice of company reflects on my seriousness, which tells me you're more interested in social leverage than in actual assessment. Malfoy had gone rigid. The 2 boys behind him looked like they'd been briefly set on pause. So, Harry said, pleasantly, either you have something substantively useful to say, or you're welcome to close the door on your way out. The silence lasted approximately 4 seconds, which felt much longer. You, Malfoy said, in a voice that had lost its practiced ease and found something rawer underneath, don't know who you're talking to. I know precisely who I'm talking to, Harry said, and went back to his book. Malfoy left. He didn't slam the door, which Harry noted as a point in his favor. The boy had enough self-control not to make the gesture. He'd be back, probably, or he'd find another angle. People like Malfoy didn't abandon a social objective, they rerouted. That was, Hermione said, and then stopped, seeming to search for the right word. Was it all accurate? Harry asked, still reading. The family history. I compiled it from 3 sources and 2 were secondary. I think so. The bits I know, anyway. She was looking at him with the expression she'd had earlier, the variable detected expression, but deeper now. Where do you get information like that? I read a great deal, Harry said. Your words. She laughed, short and genuine, and went back to her own book. The countryside outside was very green. An hour before they were due to arrive, the compartment filled up again, this time with a boy who knocked first and opened the door looking like he expected to be told to go away. He had a round face and the expression of someone who had recently suffered a minor disaster and was managing it with imperfect success. He was holding a toad. Sorry, he said. Have you seen a toad? Only oh. He looked down at his own hand. Never mind, I found him. Sorry. You can sit down, Harry said, because the boy looked like he'd been standing up for too long. He sat, with the careful gratitude of someone not used to things going smoothly. Neville Longbottom, he said. Harry Potter. This is Hermione Granger. Neville went through the same forehead glance that everyone did, recovered from it faster than most, and settled the toad on his lap with the focused attention of someone who was trying not to think about something that was making him anxious. Harry watched him for a moment and identified several things, the way he held his shoulders, forward, contracted, habitually making himself smaller, the quality of his hands, capable, used, not the hands of someone who was actually as incompetent as he was trying to seem, and the fact that he'd navigated through an entire train to find his toad, which spoke of more determination than the anxiety suggested. Roz had taught him to look for that. The gap between what a person showed and what they were. First year. Harry asked. Yes. You. Yes. Are you nervous? Neville asked, and then looked immediately like he wished he hadn't, as if nervous was a private word that had escaped without his permission. Harry considered the question with genuine honesty. Not about the school. A little about the sorting, maybe. This was true. The sorting was the one variable he couldn't fully calculate. He had opinions about where he would be placed and where he wanted to be placed and whether those were the same, and the uncertainty was genuinely interesting rather than distressing, but it was still uncertainty, and he'd been trained to be alert to uncertainty. Neville looked slightly relieved to have company in the feeling. Me too. Gran says I'll probably be in Gryffindor, like my dad. But I'm not really, he stopped. Like your dad? Harry said. Neville looked at the toad. He was really brave. Both my parents were. The tense. Harry filed it away without pressing. What house do you want? Gryffindor, I suppose. Because it's expected. A pause. I don't know if I'm brave enough, though. Bravery's not a fixed quality, Harry said. It's a response to a specific pressure. You don't know what you are yet until you've been in the right circumstances. He looked at Neville steadily. But for what it's worth, you spent 2 hours searching an entire train for a toad that most people would have given up on after 20 minutes. That's not nothing. Neville blinked at him. He's like that, Hermione said, with the affectionate exasperation of someone who had known Harry for 4 hours. The rest of the journey passed with the three of them talking, or rather Hermione and Neville talking, Harry listening with the occasional contribution, watching the way Neville became gradually less contracted as the conversation moved into topics he knew, the way he talked about herbology with a different quality in his voice, more alive, more grounded. Harry stored this information the way he stored everything, not for use against, but for understanding. Outside, the landscape had gone darker, wilder. The Scottish Highlands. Almost there. Hogwarts appeared out of the dark and the rain with the specific grandeur of something that had been built to be seen from a distance and had been succeeding at this purpose for 1,000 years. Harry stood in the bow of one of the small boats, Neville and Hermione behind him, and looked at it. The castle above the lake, all towers, and lit windows and the kind of complex Gothic silhouette that made you understand immediately why generations of students had never quite gotten it out of their memories. The water was black and smooth despite the rain, and the reflection of the castle moved in it like something breathing. He'd known what it looked like. He'd studied the architecture, the magical construction, the history. None of this had prepared him for what it was actually like to stand on the water and look at it in the dark. Something happened in his chest, something he didn't have a clean word for. Not nostalgia, he'd never been here before. Not longing. Something more like recognition, which was strange, because you couldn't recognize something you'd never seen. The scar tingled, very faintly. He reached up and touched it, and the tingle subsided, and he put his hand down before anyone saw. The boats carried them to the castle's base and a giant of a man, Hagrid, he'd been told about Hagrid, led them up stone steps and through a huge oak door into a corridor lit by torches, where the stone walls sweated warmth and the sounds of the castle settled around them like a living presence. Harry breathed it in. Old, was the word that occurred to him. Not the dusty oldness of the Atlas Mountain Fortress, which was old in a hard, wind-scoured way. This was old in a different way. Lived in. Layered with centuries of people passing through, laughing, crying, arguing, learning, growing, leaving. You could feel it in the stones if you were paying attention, which Harry always was. A severe-looking woman with her hair in a tight bun was waiting for them at the top of a staircase, Professor McGonagall, he identified her immediately, Deputy Headmistress, Transfiguration, Gryffindor Head of House, by reputation one of the most precise and demanding academic minds in the school. She looked at them with the professional eye of someone who had processed approximately 1,000 first-year cohorts and developed strong opinions. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily. I suggest you," she stopped. She was looking at him. Not at his forehead, she was too professional for that. She was looking at his face, with the expression Harry had seen a dozen times today, the expression that said this is not what I expected laid over the expression that said I have high standards for what constitutes a surprise. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor McGonagall, he said. Something in her expression went through a very small recalibration. Then she nodded, once, with the precise economy of someone who had formed a preliminary assessment and would revise it with further data. As I was saying, she continued, addressing the cohort. The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. Please follow me. Harry fell into line. Behind him, he heard Neville whisper to Hermione, "Did you see her face?" And Hermione, in a slightly wondering voice, "I did." The great hall was all 4 long tables and the enchanted ceiling and 1,000 candles floating in the air, and Harry took this in on a single sweep and then focused on the room's actual contents, the students already seated, their distribution among the 4 tables, the staff at the high table, the specific arrangement of faces and expressions that told him more about the school's social dynamics than any amount of reading could have. He found Dumbledore immediately, because Dumbledore was not hard to find. The headmaster sat at the center of the high table with the benign, sparkling ease of someone so confident in their authority that they could afford to seem relaxed about it. He was exactly as described, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, the age of mountains wrapped in purple robes, and he was already watching Harry with the particular attention of someone who had been waiting. Harry met his gaze across the hall. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue, very bright, and very intelligent, and they moved over Harry's face with the rapid, concealed assessment of a man doing rapid, concealed assessment. Harry let him look. He had nothing to hide. Or rather, he had many things not to broadcast, but hiding implied defense, and he wasn't defending anything. He looked away first, not because he was deferring but because he'd seen what he needed to see, and returned his attention to the room. The Sorting Hat sang its song. Harry listened to it with one ear and used the rest of his attention to map the staff table, Quirrell at the end, nervous, pale, with a turban that was too large and a quality of wrongness that Harry had detected from 20 feet away and was already thinking about carefully. Snape, to Dumbledore's right, dark-robed, with the face of a man who had been angry for so long that anger had become structural, load-bearing. McGonagall, returned to her seat at the table, watching the students with her tight, professional attention. Then the sorting began. Name by name, the first years went up. Harry watched the hat work, watched the faces of the students as they walked to the stool and sat down and waited, the particular vulnerability of that moment, publicly asking the universe which category you belonged in front of 200 people. Potter, Harry. The hall reacted before he'd taken 2 steps. He'd heard it building as he listened to the letters, heard it the way you heard a wave coming when you were standing on a beach, a building rustle, a change in the room's attention. By the time he reached the stool and sat down and the hat was dropped over his head, the great hall was very nearly silent, which for a room this size was remarkable. The hat settled onto his head. And then, in a voice that somehow occupied the space directly behind his eyes, "Well. Now this is unusual. I've sorted 1,100 students in the last century," the hat continued, with the conversational ease of something that had all the time in the world for this, "and I have not encountered precisely this particular configuration before. You're layered, Mr. Potter. Most children your age are rather straightforward. All surface, a bit of aspiration, some fear underneath. You have depth. I've been trained," Harry thought back at it. "Yes. By whom is very interesting and also none of my business, technically. Though I imagine you've already decided you won't tell me even if I ask." A pause. "Gryffindor would want you. The courage here is extraordinary, not the reckless kind, which is what most of them carry in, but the deep kind, the kind that knows exactly what it's afraid of and proceeds anyway. The Gryffindors would call that their own." Harry waited. "Ravenclaw would love you. The intellectual appetite here is genuinely exceptional, not just knowledge, but the hunger for the architecture underneath knowledge, for how things actually work. They'd cherish that. But then there's this," the hat said, and its voice shifted somehow, went deeper, more interested. This is the most clearly defined ambition I have encountered in 30 years. Not power hunger. Not vanity. Something more precise. A purpose, completely formed, absolutely owned, without a single thread of doubt or confusion. Mr. Potter, do you know what you want? Yes, Harry thought. That, the hat said, with what Harry could only interpret as satisfaction, is the rarest thing I see. Most children your age want things they can't name. You want something specific enough to act on. You know exactly what you came here for. That's not Gryffindor. It's not Ravenclaw. That, Mr. Potter, is Slytherin. The silence in the great hall lasted exactly 3 beats. Then the Slytherin table erupted, surprised, excited, disbelieving, the particular sound of a group that had not expected this and didn't quite know yet what to do with it, except that it felt important. Harry set the hat aside, stood from the stool, and walked to the Slytherin table with the unhurried certainty of someone who had already decided how they felt about this outcome. He sat down. Across the hall, the Gryffindor table was very quiet. Most of the school was, in fact, very quiet, with the specific quality of a room that had just processed something it hadn't finished understanding yet. Harry looked toward the high table. Snape was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't fully read, something that wanted to be contempt but was arriving at the table already uncertain of its own welcome. Harry filed this. Dumbledore was watching him with both hands folded under his chin and both eyes very bright, and the expression on his face was the most interesting one Harry had seen since arriving at Hogwarts. It was the expression of a man who had been playing a very long game and had just discovered that one of the pieces had been moved by someone other than him. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Then he looked away and accepted a plate of food from the Slytherin beside him, and ate his dinner, and listened to the hall rebuild its noise around him. He was here. He had arrived. And the most immediately interesting thing about this enormous, ancient, magical school, Harry thought, wasn't the enchanted ceiling or the talking hat or the floating candles. It was the way that certain people in this hall had looked at him tonight, Dumbledore with his chess player's recalculation, Snape with his disrupted certainty, McGonagall with her professional surprise, and the entire student body with the dawning awareness that the story they'd been told about Harry Potter had just walked into the room and turned out to be something considerably different from the story. He reached up and touched the scar, very briefly, under the cover of pushing his hair back. Something in the castle shifted, quiet and ancient, the way foundations shift without moving, barely perceptible, but there. I know, Harry thought, at nothing in particular. He ate his dinner, and the great hall roared around him, and in his chest the small feeling from the boats was still there, not gone, not managed away, just sitting there in the warm and the candlelight and the noise. He decided, for tonight, to let it. Chapter 3, The Art of the Negotiation. The Slytherin dormitories were underground. Harry lay on his back in the dark on the first night and listened to the lake. Not the sound of it, you couldn't hear water through 30 feet of stone, but the presence of it, the cold massive weight of it above the ceiling, pressing down with a pressure you felt in the back of your skull if you were paying attention. Most people, he suspected, stopped noticing it after a week. He found it clarifying. The other boys in his dormitory were asleep. Draco Malfoy, who had arrived at the Slytherin table after his own sorting with the studied nonchalance of someone who had expected exactly this outcome, had spent dinner re-establishing his social position with the practiced efficiency of a natural politician. The 2 others, Crabbe and Goyle, who operated primarily as an extension of Malfoy's social architecture, had been asleep within minutes of their heads hitting the pillow. The 5th boy, Theodore Nott, thin and quiet and watchful, had not spoken to anyone all evening and had read by wandlight for an hour before extinguishing it. Harry had noted Nott carefully. Quiet watchers were always worth noting. He wasn't tired. He'd trained himself out of needing more than 5 hours at age 9, partly because Roz kept brutal hours and partly because Harry had discovered that the pre-dawn hours, when the fortress was at its emptiest, were the most productive thinking time available. He lay in the dark and let his mind work through everything he'd catalogued since arriving. Dumbledore. The look on his face at the sorting. The recalculation. Quirrell. The turban. The wrongness. He returned to Quirrell, because it was the thing he hadn't resolved yet. It sat at the back of his assessments like a loose thread, and Roz had always said that the things you couldn't immediately categorize were the most important ones, not dangerous necessarily, but significant. Things that didn't fit patterns were either mistakes in the pattern or things genuinely new, and either way they demanded attention. Quirrell had taught defense against the dark arts for 2 years according to the school histories he'd read. He'd apparently been perfectly ordinary before a sabbatical the previous year, from which he'd returned with the stammer and the turban and the quality of a man who had survived something that hadn't quite finished with him yet. Harry turned this over. The wrongness wasn't coming from Quirrell exactly. It was coming from a specific point, the back of his head, where the turban sat. Not from the man but from something the man was carrying. Something that radiated a very faint but very specific kind of darkness, the kind Harry had encountered exactly once before, in a dark artifact in Ra's collection that the Moroccan wizard had identified as an object that had been used as a vessel for a piece of a fractured soul. He knew about Voldemort. He knew the history, the war, the curse, what the curse had done to the caster. He knew what you had to do to survive the destruction of your body. He put these facts together in the dark and held the result very still, examining it. Then he added it to the list of things he was going to deal with, filed it under timeline, not urgent but not indefinite, and went to sleep. The first week of classes was interesting in the way that a new environment was always interesting, not because it was difficult, but because the social mechanics were still forming, still fluid, still responding to inputs, and Harry found social mechanics in their formative state considerably more useful than the settled version. Charms was pleasant. Professor Flitwick was exactly the kind of teacher Harry respected, small man, genuine enthusiasm, the academic excitement of someone who had never stopped finding his subject remarkable. He taught with precision and an absence of ego, which was rare. When Harry's Wingardium Leviosa lifted the feather on the first attempt and kept it stable while he examined the spell's structural mechanics through his second attempt with deliberate variations, Flitwick had watched with bright eyes and said nothing publicly, but had noted something in a small book with an expression of professional satisfaction. Transfiguration was McGonagall, who opened the class by turning her desk into a pig and back again to establish her credentials, which Harry appreciated as both efficient and honest. She then set them to transforming matches into needles. Harry transformed his on the second attempt, not the first, because the first attempt he spent examining the spell's interaction with the match's material composition, which was more interesting than simply succeeding immediately. McGonagall came to check it, looked at the needle, picked it up, tested its point, and looked at Harry with the evaluating expression she'd had since the platform. "Very good, Mr. Potter," she said, and moved on. Harry watched her go, trying to determine whether the very was loaded. He concluded after a moment that it was, but professionally rather than strategically. She was the kind of teacher who noticed exceptional work and marked it carefully, not for use but for understanding. Potions was Snape. Harry had been waiting for potions the way you waited for a weather system you'd seen building on the horizon, not with dread, but with the particular readiness of someone who had prepared for multiple outcomes. He knew Snape's reputation, knew the man's history in broad strokes: Death Eater, turned informant, Dumbledore's man, spent a decade in a particular variety of private hell that had made him both brilliant and genuinely unpleasant. He knew Snape had loved his mother, which was a fact so strange and human that it sat oddly next to everything else the man appeared to be. He walked into the dungeons and took a seat at a central bench, not the front and not the back. Snape entered with the particular theatrical quality of someone who had learned long ago that commanding a room was about controlled arrival, not volume, and swept to the front of the class in a billow of black robes. He had the face of a man who had decided that his expression was a professional tool and had calibrated it to convey maximum authority through minimum movement. His eyes moved across the class and stopped, almost imperceptibly, on Harry. "You are here," Snape said, without preamble, "to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class." He let the silence breathe. "I can teach you to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses." His voice was low, precise, the voice of someone who had learned that a quiet voice made people lean in. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. He paused, and the pause was aimed at Harry like a question. Potter. Harry met his eyes. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class went very still. Harry had encountered this technique before, public cold calling on the first day, designed to establish hierarchy by making an example of someone who didn't know the answer. It worked beautifully on students who hadn't prepared. He had the impression Snape expected it to work on him, expected either ignorance or rattled nerves, either of which would establish the dynamic Snape was building. The draft of living death, Harry said. Asphodel is a type of lily and belongs to the asphodelous family. Combined with wormwood, Artemisia absinthium, the resulting infusion induces a sleep so profound it's indistinguishable from death. Most Pateni potions has the most complete version of the brewing process, though the third edition has a correction to the stirring sequence that most people miss. He said it conversationally. Not smugly. Not as a challenge. Just as information, the way Roz had taught him to answer direct questions, with completeness and without performance. Snape looked at him. Something moved behind his eyes. Where would you look, Snape said, his voice unchanged, if I asked you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. In historical practice, the stomach of a Persian wild goat specifically, though modern breeding has made that distinction largely academic. And what, Snape said, very quietly, is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There isn't one, Harry said. They're both common names for aconitum. The distinction people sometimes draw between them is regional nomenclature, not botanical fact. The class had gone from very still to profoundly still. Snape stood without speaking for 3 full seconds, which was a long time. Harry held his gaze without blinking, not as a challenge, just as the natural posture of someone who had nothing to look away from. Roz had spent 2 full years training him out of the social reflex to drop eye contact with people who were trying to intimidate him. If you look away, you give them the thing they wanted. If you hold the gaze, the discomfort becomes theirs to manage, not yours. It appears, Snape said, that Mr. Potter has been reading his textbooks. The words were acid, but they were also, Harry noted, technically neutral. He hadn't said anything untrue, and he couldn't say Harry was wrong, because Harry wasn't. Whether he can actually apply this knowledge rather than merely recite it remains to be demonstrated. He moved on to the next student. Harry opened his notebook, uncapped one of his pens. Snape glanced at this with a slight, almost imperceptible frown, the frown of a man who found biros in his dungeon personally offensive, and began taking notes with the methodical efficiency of someone who was genuinely interested in the material. Later, in the practical portion of the class, Harry brewed a perfectly serviceable cure for boils. Not spectacular. Not showy. He'd calibrated it deliberately to good rather than exceptional, because being publicly exceptional in Snape's class on the first day struck him as operationally suboptimal. You didn't reveal your full range the first time an opponent tested you. You showed enough to hold ground and kept the rest in reserve. He could feel Snape watching him at intervals during the practical, with the specific quality of a man who was trying to figure out what he was looking at. It was the same quality as Ollivander, as McGonagall, as Dumbledore, the recalibration expression, but in Snape's version it was filtered through several layers of hostility that didn't quite succeed in hiding the underneath. After class, walking back up from the dungeons, Hermione fell into step beside him. "How did you know all of that?" she said. "I studied." "I studied too," she said, with feeling. "I didn't know any of those." He was asking from specific texts, Harry said. The bezoar question comes from Culpepper's Complete Herbal, which isn't on the standard reading list. The monkshood question is a common misconception. He probably seeded himself across multiple years to see who would catch it. He paused. He's a good teacher, actually. He uses misdirection to check actual comprehension rather than memorization. Most people would test the difference between 2 similar plants. He tested the assumption that there was a difference. Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You're not afraid of him at all, are you?" "Why would I be?" She gestured vaguely in the direction of everything Snape was. "He's very intimidating." "He's very intelligent and very unhappy," Harry said, "and he's decided to make those two things into a teaching style. That's worth respecting on the first count and not engaging with on the second." He glanced at her. "You weren't afraid of him either. You were just frustrated that he didn't call on you." She made a sound that was not quite a denial. The sorting had produced a specific effect in the school's social atmosphere that Harry had been observing and found genuinely interesting. The wizarding world had a story about Harry Potter. He knew this, had known it abstractly for years, had heard versions of it from the visiting wizards in Morocco, understood it intellectually. But there was a difference between knowing the story existed and watching it collide with reality in real time. The story expected a certain kind of boy, lost, grateful, humble, specifically and reliably heroic in the mold of the mythology that had been built around him. Gryffindor, of course. Brave and warm and openly delighted to be here. The Slytherin sorting had cracked this narrative down the middle. The Gryffindors were uncertain. He caught it in the corridors, the way they looked at him, not hostility, but a specific confusion, the disorientation of people who had written a character they'd never met and were now meeting him and finding him substantially different from their draft. The Weasley twins watched him with undisguised curiosity and a kind of prospecting glee that he found somewhat endearing. The older Weasley, Percy, the prefect, 5th year, regarded him with careful correctness and visible discomfort, like a man trying to reconcile two contradictory memos. The Slytherins had adopted him with the complex, evaluating warmth of a house that had just received an unexpected asset and wasn't quite sure yet how to deploy it. They wanted him friendly, which was sensible. They weren't sure whether he was manageable, which was also sensible. Malfoy was navigating this with more sophistication than Harry had given him credit for. He'd shifted from the trained social dominance attempt to something more careful, a studied politeness, the kind that left options open, that said I am recalibrating and I'm not going to show you that I'm doing it. Harry found this more interesting than the original approach. There was intelligence in there, behind the performance. Roz had taught him, always look for the intelligence, even in opponents, because the intelligence was the part worth engaging with. On the 4th day, Malfoy found him in the common room after dinner. "The first-year Quidditch trials are Saturday," Malfoy said, without preamble, dropping into the chair across from Harry with the careful casualness of someone who had prepared this conversation. "First years don't usually get to try out, but there's a precedent for exceptions." Harry looked up from his book. "I know. Marcus Flint is captain." "If I put in a word, I've already arranged a trial," Harry said. "Directly with Flint. Thursday evening." He watched Malfoy process this. "But thank you." A pause. "How did you? I spoke to him at breakfast 2 days ago." Harry turned a page. "He has a very consistent table position and a very predictable breakfast schedule. It wasn't complicated." Malfoy looked at him with the expression of someone recalculating how many moves ahead of them he was dealing with. "You've been in this school 4 days." "4 productive days," Harry said. Another pause, longer this time. Then Malfoy said, and the performance was largely gone now, replaced by something more direct, "What position?" "Seeker," Harry said. "Though Flint wanted a chaser. I told him a seeker was more strategically valuable for this year's match calendar and explained why. He agreed after about 3 minutes. You convinced Marcus Flint to change his mind. He changed it himself. I just provided the argument." Harry closed the book and looked at Malfoy properly for the first time in this conversation. "Why are you here, Draco?" "Not for Quidditch." Draco Malfoy, Harry had concluded over 4 days, was a person who had been handed a social script at birth and followed it very well but had never quite been asked whether the script was the best version of himself available. He was sharp. He was politically instinctive. He was also, underneath the performance, approximately 11 years old in a way he was working very hard not to show. Harry had some sympathy for this, coming from a different direction. The other Slytherins, Malfoy said, carefully, want to know what to make of you. I know. They're going to push. I know that too. And you're not, he stopped, chose different words. You're not concerned about it. Should I be? Malfoy looked at him for a long moment. My father said that when Harry Potter came to Hogwarts, it would change the political balance of every faction in the school. He said it without the name-dropping quality he'd used on the train, just the information, plainly. He wasn't wrong. Everyone is watching you. I know, Harry said, for the third time, and picked his book back up. And they're welcome to. Draco left, and Harry read, and from behind his book he allowed himself a half-smile that no one was present to see. Thursday's Quidditch trial was in the grey Scottish afternoon, the pitch empty except for Flint and two of his senior team members watching from the ground. Harry had borrowed a school broom from the equipment shed, a Nimbus 1500, older than he'd have preferred, but adequate. He'd learned to fly in Morocco, on a confiscated broom that Roz had acquired through channels Harry had not inquired about. The old broom had been terrible, more agricultural equipment than sports instrument, and learning on it had made him significantly better than someone who had learned on a functioning broom, because he'd had to compensate constantly for its deficiencies. Flying on the 1500 felt, by comparison, like switching from running in sand to running on a track. He kicked off, rose 40 feet in 3 seconds, and leveled out. The sky was enormous up here. He'd noticed this the first time he'd flown and it had never stopped being true, the way the world rescaled from the air, all context and proportion shifting. He gave himself 2 seconds to appreciate it, which was 1 more second than he allowed himself on the ground for most things, and then he focused. Flint had a snitch. He released it, and it shot upward and vanished. Harry tracked it for 4 seconds, registered a flash of gold at 11 o'clock, 200 feet up and accelerating toward the Gryffindor end. He banked hard left, climbed at a steep angle, shed the 1500 speed ceiling deliberately on the approach and then hit it again in a burst that made the broom shudder and got him to the snitch's position in 11 seconds. Caught it in his right hand without looking at it, because he'd triangulated the position from 3 tracking points and the terminal calculation was more reliable than real-time visual correction. He descended. Flint was staring at him. Again, said one of the senior team members, quietly. They ran it 6 more times. Harry caught the snitch on the first attempt 5 of the 6 times, and on the 6th, he let the snitch escape deliberately, tracked it through a complicated pattern, and caught it in a controlled dive at 15 feet that ended with him pulling up 1 foot from the ground with enough control to hold the position before landing. Flint walked over. Where did you learn to fly? Atlas Mountains, Harry said. Old broom. Bad conditions. You see the snitch before you move, said the senior team member, 5th year, beater, name of Pusey. He was looking at Harry with the frank assessment of a sportsman evaluating talent. Most seekers move first and correct. You calculate. Moving first wastes energy if the calculation is available, Harry said. Pusey and Flint exchanged a look. Saturday's practice, Flint said. You're on the team. The restricted section fell to Harry on the 6th day. He'd identified Madame Pants in the first hour of the library, observed her patterns, her routes between the stacks, her attention distribution. She was thorough and she was consistent, which meant she was predictable, and predictability in a guardian was the primary vulnerability to look for. She left the library for exactly 12 minutes at 9 p.m. for what he assumed was tea, and the restricted sections barrier, a standard low-level alert ward, the kind that responded to unauthorized passage, had a secondary weakness in the form of a gap in its anchoring at the lower right corner of the barrier rope, where the ward's casting line terminated in a knot that had been retied at some point by someone who didn't quite know what they were doing. Harry spent 40 minutes on the 5th day verifying this. On the 6th day, at 9:04, he was in the restricted section with a small, wandless light held in his palm, a technique Ahmad had taught him at age 9, one of several things he could do without a wand that would have made a standard Hogwarts education look at him and quietly sit down. The books were extraordinary. Not all of them, many were simply old versions of texts he'd already read, or were restricted for bureaucratic rather than substantive reasons. But several were genuinely interesting. He pulled 4 and replaced them carefully and was back at his regular table before Madame Pants returned, his notes spread before him in his small, precise handwriting. He was reviewing one set of notes when he felt the ward on the third-floor corridor. It was faint, just the edge of it, the outer resonance, but he'd been building a mental map of the castle's magical geography since arriving, and this one was new. He closed his notebook, picked up his things with complete calm, and went to look. The third-floor corridor, Dumbledore had announced at the start of term feast, was forbidden to all students, and any student found there would face severe consequences. Harry had noted this announcement with interest rather than compliance. The announcement contained specific information: it was the third floor, it was forbidden, and the headmaster had felt the need to announce it publicly rather than simply ward it, which meant either the ward was complex enough that he was relying on social deterrence, or the announcement itself served a purpose beyond simple prohibition. He stood outside the corridor door and examined the ward. It was considerably more sophisticated than anything else he'd encountered in the castle so far. Layered, multi-authored, he could feel at least 4 distinct magical signatures in it, and anchored deeply into the stone, the kind of work that took a week or more to construct properly. It was designed to detect and deter, not just alert. Harry studied it for 10 minutes without touching it. Then he went to bed, because it was late, and he had potions in the morning. The first defense against the dark arts class happened on Friday. Quirrell entered the classroom stuttering and nervous, with his hands slightly unsteady and the turban sitting at the back of his head in a way that made Harry's attention sharpen every time he looked at it. The class was perfectly ordinary. Quirrell taught from the textbook in a trembling voice, jumping at minor sounds, entirely disconnected from the subject's actual content. He was teaching about the material rather than the material itself, the way a person talks around a subject they're frightened of rather than through it. Harry sat in the third row and took notes and kept his expression neutral and his attention on the back of the turban. The wrongness he'd identified at the feast was more present at close range. Not loud, it was very controlled, actually, surprisingly disciplined, which told him something about the will behind it. A thing with no will left wouldn't be this contained. It would bleed more. Whatever was living under that turban was diminished but not gone, and it was maintaining itself with considerable deliberate effort. After class, walking out, Hermione appeared at his shoulder. "You were staring at his turban," she said, quietly. "I was watching the class," Harry said. "You were watching the turban." She kept her voice low. "What's in the turban?" He looked at her. She'd noticed from across the room. He filed this additional data point about Hermione Granger: she had the particular observational acuity of someone whose primary tool for navigating the world was attention, not force. She noticed things. "I'm still working that out," he said. "That's not a denial." "No," he agreed. She thought about this. "Is it dangerous?" "Probably," Harry said. "But not yet." He looked at her directly. "Don't push at it. Don't draw his attention. Just observe." She wanted to ask more, he could see it, the whole queue of questions lined up behind her eyes, but she held them back with visible effort. "All right," she said. "Good." He started walking again. "Come to the library tonight. I want to show you something." She fell into step beside him without hesitation, and Harry noted that about her too, the way she trusted her own judgment about people, quickly and without excessive hedging, once she'd decided. Roz had always said that trust given decisively by intelligent people was the most valuable kind. The evening before the end of the first week, Harry sat on the window ledge of the Slytherin common room, not a conventional sitting spot, but the ledge was wide enough and the view into the lake was unusual enough that he found it preferable to the chairs, and wrote his first letter. He wrote to Roz the way Roz had asked, not coded, not operational, but something close to a genuine account. He told him about the sorting, about Snape, about Dumbledore's expression at the feast. He told him about the third-floor corridor and the ward's construction and his preliminary assessment. He told him about Quirrell. Then he stopped, and looked at the dark water of the lake, where the outline of something enormous moved very slowly in the depths, and added a paragraph he hadn't planned. "It's strange here," he wrote. "Not in a way that's difficult. In a way that's, I'm not sure of the word. Heavy, maybe. Like everything in this building has been here a long time and remembers it. I find I don't mind that as much as I expected to." He looked at the paragraph for a moment, then left it, and signed the letter. "Athena," he said. She landed on his arm from across the room, silent as a thought. He attached the letter, and she looked at him with her unimpressed amber eyes, and he said, "Atlas Mountains. You know the way." She did. She'd already memorized the route. He'd established that the first night by releasing her briefly to let her orient. She ruffled her feathers once, spread her wings, and was gone through the high small window of the common room like a white ghost dissolving into the dark. Harry watched the window for a moment. Somewhere above him, the castle was settling into night. He could feel it, not literally, but with the atmospheric sense he'd developed over years of operating in old buildings, the way their sounds and pressures changed after people stopped moving through them. The stones cooling. The wards settling. The ancient mechanisms of the building going about their own business, old and indifferent and immense. He'd been here a week. He had learned the shape of the castle's magic. The hierarchy of the staff. The social mechanics of 4 houses. The location of the restricted section's weakness. The nature of Quirrell's problem. The layout of the 3rd floor corridor's defenses. The personal history of most of his classmates. The academic landscape of 6 subjects. He had established a Quidditch position, a working relationship with Hermione Granger, a diplomatic détente with Draco Malfoy, a preliminary assessment of Neville Longbottom's actual capabilities versus his presented capabilities, and a clear understanding of the role Dumbledore expected him to play. He was not going to play it. Not because he was defiant, exactly. But because the role Dumbledore had constructed required a boy who didn't know what he was, and Harry knew exactly what he was. The headmaster was going to have to revise his script, and Harry thought, with no particular malice, just the professional assessment of someone who respected intelligent opponents, that this was going to be interesting to watch. His scar tingled, briefly, and subsided. Harry touched it once, put his hand down, and looked at the lake. The enormous shape in the depths moved again, slow and vast, and then was still. The castle breathed around him, old and enormous and alive in its way. Harry Potter looked out at the dark water and felt, very clearly, that the first week had been an introduction. Everything real, he thought, was about to start. Chapter 4, Pressure and Calibration. October arrived in Scotland like an argument, cold, loud, insistent, the kind of weather that made the castle feel less like a school and more like something that had been built specifically to outlast weather. Rain hammered the windows during Transfiguration. Wind pulled at robes on the covered walkways. The lake went from black to gray and back to black, and the mountains behind the forest became suggestions rather than facts, shapes in cloud. Harry found he liked it. He'd spent 3 years of his training in mountain environments and 2 of those years in conditions that made Scottish autumn look like a mild disagreement. Cold and wet were not discomforts he had any relationship with anymore. He walked the covered walkways between classes without hunching his shoulders or quickening his pace, which Hermione had noted once with a mixture of admiration and personal grievance, because she always arrived at class with damp hair and an expression of someone who had lost a minor argument with the climate. 6 weeks into the term, certain things had solidified. Academically, Harry sat in the particular zone of a student whose real knowledge considerably exceeded the curriculum's ceiling, which created a specific problem. He could either demonstrate this openly, which would make classes useless as learning environments and make certain professors uncomfortable, or he could calibrate his performance, good enough to make clear he wasn't coasting, restrained enough to leave room for the class to move at its own pace. He chose calibration. Not to hide. He wasn't hiding anything. But Roz had taught him that the difference between a demonstration and a performance was audience. A demonstration told the room what you could do, a performance told the room what you wanted them to think, and he had no interest in performances. The one exception was charms, where he simply couldn't manage to be less than exceptional because Flitwick's genuine delight in the subject produced the same response in Harry, and when Flitwick set them a complex locomotion charm in week 5 that was meant to be a 3-session project, Harry completed the base construction in 40 minutes, identified 2 improvements in the standard spellwork, and had a quiet technical conversation with Flitwick after class that lasted an hour and ended with Flitwick pressing 3 books on advanced charm theory into his hands with both eyes bright and both hands slightly trembling with academic excitement. Hermione had watched this with an expression of territorial scholarly feeling and had then borrowed 2 of the books immediately, which Harry considered the correct response. Potions continued to be a study in Snape's complicated relationship with the situation Harry represented. The man had tried the public interrogation twice more, both times escalating the obscurity of his questions, both times receiving answers that were not only correct but contextually complete in ways that suggested Harry had not only read the relevant texts but understood the questions behind the questions. After the second time, Snape had stood at the front of his dungeon for a long moment with the expression of a chess player who had tried 2 gambits and found them both neutralized, and had subsequently switched to a different approach, ignoring Harry entirely in class discussion while grading his written work with a precision that Harry interpreted as the nearest thing Snape was capable of to involuntary respect. He still docked points whenever possible. Harry let him. The points meant nothing compared to the knowledge. What interested Harry more, and what he returned to at regular intervals during his thinking hours, was the question of what Snape actually knew. The man had been Dumbledore's spy. He knew about Voldemort's survival in a way that most people didn't, not the rumor and the fear, but the structural fact of it, the specific mechanics of how a person survived their own destruction. Whether he knew about Quirrell was a different question. Harry had been watching Snape watch Quirrell during staff interactions at mealtimes, and the quality of that watching told him that Snape suspected something but hadn't confirmed it yet. Which was interesting, because Harry had confirmed it in week 2. He'd been in the library at 11 p.m., well after hours, using the same corridor shadow work he used for the restricted section, when Quirrell had come in, moving with the quick, furtive quality of someone who didn't want to be seen, and had gone directly to the advanced dark arts shelf. Not the restricted section, he apparently hadn't identified the same entry point, but the upper section of the regular shelves where the more serious theoretical texts lived. Harry had been in an alcove 10 feet away and had stayed perfectly still while Quirrell pulled 3 books and carried them to a study table with shaking hands. Harry had watched him for 40 minutes. Quirrell wasn't reading for knowledge. He was reading with the desperate searching quality of someone looking for something specific, checking indices and cross-referencing with a written list. The list was small, dense handwriting, and at one point Quirrell's hand covered part of it reflexively, as if someone behind his eyes had said careful. The quality of that reflex, the way Quirrell's whole body had changed for a second, gone momentarily stiffer, more deliberate, before relaxing back into his own nervous trembling, confirmed what Harry had suspected. Whatever was under the turban was not a passenger. It was a co-occupant, and it had opinions. Harry had let Quirrell leave, waited 5 minutes, gone to the study table, and looked at the list. The writing on the list had changed partway through. Not dramatically, similar hand, clearly the same person writing, but with a precision that appeared and then disappeared, a few words written by someone whose fine motor control was significantly better than Quirrell's, in the middle of lines where Quirrell's hand had been shaking. Philosopher's Stone, the list said, in the middle section, in the steadier hand. 3rd floor. Gringotts vault before August. Flamel. Harry had stood in the empty library and read this and been aware of the specific, clarifying sensation of a situation resolving from interesting to significant. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's stone. The source of the elixir of life, which was the only thing on earth that could return a destroyed, diminished, bodiless piece of a fractured soul to something functional. He'd looked at the word Flamel for a moment. Then he'd gone back to his dormitory and lain in the dark and thought about it for 3 hours. He had come to Hogwarts, as he'd told Roz, because there was something here he needed to understand. He had expected Voldemort as a long-game problem, the prophecy, the history, the future conflict that the wizarding world had been organizing itself around for a decade. He had not expected Voldemort to walk into the frame in week 2 writing a defense against the dark arts professor. He filed this under accelerated timeline. He did not panic, because he had not panicked since age 8 when Roz had left him alone in a cave system in Turkey with a flashlight, 6 hours of food, and the instruction to find his own way out. He had been annoyed for approximately 20 minutes and then had solved the problem. Panic was the response of a mind that didn't trust itself. His mind, whatever else it was, had been built to trust itself. Neville Longbottom was failing potions. Not catastrophically, not yet. But the trajectory was clear. Harry had been watching it for 5 weeks with the particular attention he gave to things that bothered him, and it bothered him because he'd made an assessment of Neville in the first week and the assessment was good, and watching something with good underlying structure fail due to external pressure was genuinely irritating. The problem was Snape. Neville was someone who processed through his hands. His notes were mediocre but his herbology practical work, Harry had watched him in that greenhouse during their shared session, moving through the plants with an ease that was almost physical fluency, was exceptional. He learned by doing, not by reading, and he needed a low-anxiety environment to do it, because high anxiety was making his hands shake and shaking hands in potions were actively dangerous. Snape created maximum anxiety in Neville specifically, which Harry had concluded was not malice exactly, or not only malice, but a particular pedagogical failure. Snape taught by pressure because pressure had worked on him, or because he believed it should work, or because he couldn't see past his own history enough to find a different method for students built differently. It was producing the opposite of what teaching was for. Harry waited until Thursday afternoon, when Neville had a free period, and found him in the herbology greenhouses, which was where Neville went during free time the way other people went to the common room. He was repotting a mandrake, hands moving confidently, his whole body carrying the different quality it had in here, lighter, less contracted, more himself. Harry sat on an upturned crate inside the greenhouse door. "You're failing potions," he said. Neville's hands paused. "I know," he said, to the mandrake. "The practical component next month is worth 40% of the term mark." "I know that too." His hands started moving again, the way hands moved when the mind behind them wanted to be somewhere other than the conversation. "I'm just not, potions isn't, I can't do it the way he wants." "What do you mean, the way he wants?" "Fast. In my head. He calls on me and my mind goes blank and I knock something over and he stopped." "Set the mandrake down." "It doesn't matter." "It does matter," Harry said. "You're building a narrative about yourself based on the worst conditions to observe yourself in, and then treating that narrative like it's a fact." He leaned forward, elbows on knees. "You're good with your hands. You work well when you're not being watched. Potions is 70% practical mechanics. The theory component where Snape does his thing, that's 30%. You can take a lower mark there and make it up in the practical if the practical is excellent." Neville turned and looked at him. "You've thought about this?" "I think about most things." "Why?" Harry considered this. It was a genuine question, not why do you think, but why do you think about me, and underneath it was the specific puzzlement of someone not used to being worth thinking about. Harry knew this feeling, in the abstract, from the early years in the league, before he'd understood that Roz was investing in him because he was genuinely worth the investment. "Because you're better than your potions marks suggest," Harry said, "and that's a waste of something that shouldn't be wasted." He stood up. "Come to the dungeon classroom at 7 tonight. Bring your notes. Snape will be at dinner and then in his office. I've confirmed this." He was already moving toward the door. 7 o'clock, Neville. He didn't look back. He'd found, over years, that looking back invited renegotiation, and this wasn't a negotiation. At 7, Neville arrived at the empty potions classroom with his notes, his shoulders still carrying their habitual contraction. Harry was already there with the classroom stove lit and 2 cauldrons set up and the materials for a basic forgetfulness potion laid out in the specific sequence he'd identified worked best for someone with Neville's processing style, visual, spatial, tactile rather than symbolic. "We're going to brew it twice," Harry said. "The first time I'll walk you through it. The second time you'll do it from the notes. I'll probably, the stirring sequence, I always get the stirring sequence you're getting wrong because you're counting in your head while you stir, which divides your attention between 2 cognitive tasks and degrades both. Stop counting. Feel when it's right." Neville stared at him. "Feel it? The texture of the potion changes before the color does. Snape's notes say watch for the color change. Forget the color. You can feel the viscosity shift in the stirring resistance about 15 seconds before any visual indicator. Try it." He pushed the ladle handle toward Neville. "Start with the base." Neville started stirring. Harry watched his face, specifically his eyes, which were doing the counting reflex, the internal metronome. He waited until the 3rd stirring sequence and said, quietly, "Stop counting. What does it feel like in the ladle?" Neville's brow creased. He stirred, and his attention shifted from the counting to the ladle, and then something shifted in his face, the small specific shift of a person whose hands have just told them something useful. "It's thicker," he said, slightly surprised. "That's the change. Add the next ingredient when you feel that." They brewed for 90 minutes. The first attempt was good, not brilliant, but solid, the color within acceptable range, the consistency right. The second attempt, done from notes with Harry sitting on the desk rather than at the bench, was better. Neville's hands had steadied. Without Snape and the class audience and the performance anxiety, his hands apparently knew exactly what they were doing. When it was done and Neville was cleaning up, Harry watched him and thought about what Roz had shown him, not in any explicit lesson but in the accumulated fact of his life before Hogwarts. That the most important skill a person could have was not a combat technique or an intellectual framework but the ability to see themselves clearly, without the distortion of other people's expectations or their own fear, and act from that clear seeing. Neville couldn't see himself clearly yet. He was looking at himself through Snape's eyes and his grandmother's eyes and the weight of his parents' legacy. Harry couldn't fix that for him. But he could create enough practical success that Neville had some evidence to work with. "Same time Sunday," Harry said. Neville looked up. "You don't have to, I know." Harry gathered his things. Sunday. The Quidditch match against Gryffindor was the first Saturday of November, and the castle had been running on a low-grade charge of anticipation for 2 weeks by the time the morning arrived. Harry had attended every practice, had learned the team's dynamics and deficiencies with the same analytical thoroughness he applied to everything, and had arrived at a clear assessment. Slytherin had a good team with one significant weakness, which was that Marcus Flint's strategic thinking in-game was reactive rather than anticipatory, and reactive strategies against a Gryffindor team running Oliver Wood's offensive approach were going to get them in trouble. He'd told Flint this in the 3rd week of practice. Flint had looked at him with the specific expression of a captain who had just had his strategy evaluated by his 11-year-old seeker and was deciding how to feel about it. And Flint had said, which Harry took as permission to continue. Wood's Gryffindor runs at pace. Fast, high pressure, designed to score quickly and force the other team to play catch-up. Your instinct will be to match the pace, which is what he wants. He's built his team for pace, yours isn't. Your beaters are better technically. Your chasers are better positionally. The game plan should be attrition, not tempo. Let them run their pattern and use the beaters to disrupt it, and I'll get the snitch when the pattern breaks down. He could see Flint processing it against his own instincts, which were aggressive and pace-oriented. He was a physical player, a pressure player. Asking him to play strategically patient was asking him to work against his nature. The snitch could end it at any moment regardless, Flint had said. Yes. So I need you to trust me on the snitch timing. If I see it and the score is close, I'll wait. If we're up by enough, I'll take it. If we're down, I'll have to take it when I can. He'd looked at Flint steadily. I need to know you'll hold your nerve if you see me not go for it. Flint had stared at him for a long time. You're 11, he said. The snitch doesn't know that, Harry said. Flint had agreed, with the resigned expression of a captain who had found his seeker more strategically capable than himself and was man enough to work with it. The match was cold and windy, the pitch churned from earlier rain, the stands full to capacity and loud. Harry rose with the rest of the team at the whistle and found his position, high, central, survey position, the place from which you could see the whole pitch rather than chase a single object. This was also not standard seeker behavior. Standard seekers hovered near the action. Harry had explained to Flint that seekers who hovered near the action were telling the opposing seeker where they were looking. He watched the game unfold below him. The Gryffindor team was good. Oliver Wood was loud from the captain's position, directing with the total commitment of someone for whom Quidditch was not a game but a calling. The Weasley twins were at the beater positions, and they were excellent, aggressive, cheerful, communicating in some kind of twin shorthand that made their coordination seamless. The Gryffindor seeker was a third-year named Davies who had good instincts and a fast broom. Harry marked Davies without appearing to, tracking him through peripheral vision. The Slytherin strategy held for 20 minutes, Gryffindor running their tempo, the Slytherin beaters disrupting the pattern repeatedly, the score creeping up slowly on both sides. Then the Gryffindor left chaser adjusted, read the disruption, compensated, and Gryffindor scored 3 in quick succession and the crowd responded and the Slytherin bench went tense. Harry felt Flint's will to go aggressive from 40 feet below him, the whole body language of it. He drifted left, casually, and then he saw it, a flash of gold near the Slytherin goalposts, 40 feet down. Davies saw it at the same moment and dove. Harry didn't dive. He calculated the vector, Davies was coming from high right, the snitch was moving toward the lower left, its terminal position in 3 seconds was going to be 15 feet above the ground at the left goalpost, and dropped into a controlled straight fall rather than a dive, cutting the angle instead of chasing the line. He got there first by 2 full seconds. Caught it with both hands, closed his fist, landed running. The Slytherin side of the stands made a noise like an explosion. Harry looked at the snitch in his hand, then up at the scoreboard, Slytherin 80, Gryffindor 90, and processed this for a brief moment. They'd lost. He'd ended the game with them 10 points behind. He turned, found Flint descending toward him with an expression that had started as elation and was rearranging itself in real time. The rest of the team landed around them. We were down 10, Flint said. I know, Harry said. Davies was going for it. If he'd gotten it we'd be down 240. This way we lose by 10, which is recoverable in the league table, and Gryffindor doesn't get the psychological boost of a blowout. He paused. And I learned Davies' pattern. I know his technique now. Flint looked at him for a long moment. Behind him, the rest of the team was processing. That, said Pusey, slowly, is either the cleverest thing I've seen on a pitch or the most annoying. Probably both, Harry said. Flint's expression went through several things and landed on something he didn't have a clean name for. You're going to be insufferable, he said. Probably, Harry agreed, and walked off the pitch. Hermione was waiting at the edge of the pitch with Neville, both of them having apparently come to watch. Hermione was looking at him with the specific expression she wore when she'd watched him do something she hadn't predicted. You deliberately lost, she said. We lost by the narrowest available margin instead of a much larger one. That's different. He fell into step between them. Also now Davies thinks he can beat me because he got the snitch and I'll use that in the next match. You're using the first match as setup for the second match, she said. I'm using every match as setup for the next one. She was quiet for a moment. The wind was picking up, the clouds pressing down, and the castle above them was solid and lit against the grey afternoon. Harry, she said, in the careful tone she used when she was about to say something she wasn't sure about, is everything to you a strategic problem? He thought about this honestly, the way he tried to think about direct questions from people he respected. No, he said. But most things have a strategic dimension that it's useful to be aware of. What doesn't? He looked at the castle. The warm windows. The enormous ancient fact of it. This place, he said, which surprised him slightly by being true. I haven't found a strategic framework for this place yet. She smiled, and there was something in it that was neither pitying nor analytical, just warm, the specific warmth of someone who had heard something honest. Good, she said. The letter from Roz arrived on a Tuesday, 11 days after Harry had sent Athena to Morocco. It was 5 pages, which was long for Roz. The old man wrote with compressed density, every word carrying weight, wasting nothing on transition or elaboration. Harry read it sitting in the common room window ledge, Athena sleeping on the back of the chair beside him, and the first 3 pages covered the Moroccan operations outcome: successful, supply chain traced to source, 5 artifacts recovered, 2 league matters Harry had some knowledge of, and a brief note on the moonstone chalk experiment that Harry had been running in his mind since leaving. The 4th page: you asked me once, when you were 9, why I chose to preserve you rather than use you. I told you the question assumed the two were mutually exclusive. I stand by that. But I will add now, for your age and the distance between us, what I didn't say then: the choice was not purely tactical. I will not elaborate. You understand what I mean or you don't, and I expect you do. Regarding the matter you describe on the 3rd floor and the professor with the turban, proceed with care. Not because you are not capable, you are, but because the situation has dimensions you have not yet fully mapped. The stone is protected by Dumbledore's constructions, and Dumbledore's constructions are worth studying in full before assuming you understand them. He is not a man who builds defenses against physical intrusion only. What he is protecting against, ultimately, is not Quirrell. Harry read this last line 3 times. He sat with it in the window, the lake dark below him, and let it work through his thinking. Roz wrote with information rather than answers. He always had, since Harry was old enough to be worth writing to. He gave you the edge of a thought and trusted you to find the center of it. What he is protecting against, ultimately, is not Quirrell. If Dumbledore knew about Quirrell, and he probably did, because Dumbledore was not a man who didn't know what was in his own school, then the corridor defenses were not designed to stop Quirrell from reaching the stone. They were designed to control the path, to stage it, to make it a specific kind of journey for whoever came through. Harry thought about the word whoever for a long time. The 5th page was shorter. I heard from Celia that you are apparently already known in certain British wizarding circles as difficult to predict. I found this entertaining. The owl is well trained. Mine ate 3 of my correspondence letters before I could read them and showed no apparent remorse. I am considering whether this is your influence. Write when you have something worth saying. R. Harry read the letter again from the beginning, then folded it carefully and put it in the inner pocket of his robe, which had a warded lining he'd constructed himself in his 2nd week for exactly this purpose. He sat in the window and watched the lake and thought about the 4th page. Not Quirrell. Then who? He turned it over. Built it from the outside. Dumbledore had placed the stone here, in this school, with protections, but protections also functioned as a path, a design sequence, and design sequences were invitations. Not for everyone. For someone specific. Someone who would go through them in a specific way that Dumbledore could predict. He went very still. The Sorting Hat had said it, the most clearly defined ambition I have encountered in 30 years. Dumbledore had watched the sorting with the expression of a man whose game piece had moved unexpectedly. The stone was here. Quirrell was here. And Dumbledore, who had known Harry's location for 10 years and sent the letter precisely now, had arranged all 3. Dumbledore had wanted Harry here this year. Specifically. Harry sat with this conclusion and felt it settle into the architecture of everything else he knew, and found that it fit, and was not surprised exactly, but was aware that he was now thinking about Albus Dumbledore with a new kind of attention. He was also aware, with something close to satisfaction, that recognizing the board didn't mean playing by the intended rules. He stood, retrieved Athena from the chair back. She made a sound of drowsy protest, and carried her to the high window. "Go get some exercise," he told her. She took off into the dark, wide-winged and white, and disappeared into the Scottish night. Harry stood at the window and thought about everything, and the lake was black and deep below him, and the castle breathed around him, old and layered and full of things that had been waiting a long time, and Harry Potter, 11 years old, trained by the demon's head, entirely certain of his own ground, began to plan. Not to react. Not to wait. To plan. Chapter 5, Letters from the Desert. The second letter from Roz arrived on a Thursday in late November, carried not by Athena but by a hawk Harry didn't recognize, dark-feathered, fast, with the focused intensity of a bird that had been bred for distance rather than loyalty. It landed on the Slytherin table at breakfast, ignored the food completely, and looked at Harry with the professional disregard of a courier who had delivered its package and considered the transaction complete. Harry untied the letter, fed the hawk a strip of bacon without being asked, and watched it leave with the same indifferent efficiency with which it had arrived. Across the table, Draco Malfoy was watching. "That's not a school owl," Malfoy said. "No," Harry agreed. "It's a league bird." Malfoy said this quietly, with the careful tone of someone deploying a piece of information they'd been holding and had decided now was the time. "My father told me about them. The League of Shadows uses hawks for sensitive correspondence." Harry looked up from the letter, which he hadn't opened yet. He looked at Malfoy with the full, specific attention he used when a situation had just shifted. Malfoy held his gaze, credit to him, he held it well, with the practiced composure of someone who had been playing political games in adult company since he was old enough to sit at a dinner table. But underneath the composure there was something careful, something that was feeling out the ground before committing weight to it. "Your father is well informed," Harry said. "He makes it his business to be." A pause. "He also said that Ra's al Ghul doesn't raise people casually." Harry considered this. It was a piece of intelligence Lucius Malfoy had clearly been sitting on, possibly since the sorting, possibly longer, and Draco was spending it now as a kind of offering. An acknowledgement. "Not I know your secret as a threat, but I know who you are as the beginning of something else." "What does your father want?" Harry asked. Something flickered in Draco's expression, the slight surprise of someone who had expected circumnavigation and received a direct approach instead. "To understand you," he said, after a moment. "The same thing everyone wants." "Wanting to understand me and wanting something from me are the same thing, stated differently," Harry said pleasantly. He picked up his pumpkin juice. "Tell your father that I'll form my own assessments before I form alliances. Tell him I'm not opposed to the conversation, but I'll have it when I choose to have it." Draco was quiet. Harry could see him processing, filing it, weighing it against whatever Lucius had prepared him to say, deciding whether this counted as rejection or deferral. The distinction mattered to someone like Draco, who had been taught that closed doors were failures and open doors were resources. "He'll want a more specific timeline," Draco said. "He'll get one when I have one," Harry said. "That's the timeline." He opened his letter. Draco went back to his breakfast with the expression of someone who had been told exactly what the rules were and was working out whether he found them acceptable. Roz had written 6 pages this time. Harry read it during breakfast, unhurried, in the specific way he'd learned to read Roz letters, not linearly, not from the first word to the last, but by scanning the full shape of it first, the way you took in a room before moving through it, looking for the important architecture before attending to the details. He'd developed this approach after age 9 when Roz had begun writing to him operationally, and had found on 2 occasions that the significant information was not where you expected it. The first 4 pages were a detailed assessment of wizarding political history, the rise and fall of Grindelwald, the parallels with Voldemort's campaign, the specific ways that both men had used existing social divisions rather than creating new ones, exploiting fault lines that the wizarding world had been pretending weren't there. It was thorough, precise, and considerably more sophisticated than anything in the history texts at Hogwarts, but Harry had read versions of most of it before. He was already reading the 5th page when his real attention caught I have told you before that I did not keep your history from you as policy. You know this. But there are things I have withheld not as concealment but as preparation, withheld until you had sufficient context to hold them correctly. You have that context now, or enough of it. Your parents. James Potter was exactly what the accounts describe, brave, talented, and, in his way, good. His goodness was the unconsidered kind, the kind that doesn't examine its own foundations, but it was genuine. Your mother was different. Lily Potter was, by any assessment I could make, the most naturally talented witch of her generation. Not in the dramatic, destructive way that makes careers and legends. In the deeper way, the structural way. She understood magic the way a mod understands it. Not as a tool or a talent, but as a principle. The curse that struck you was not deflected. It was not blocked. It was not broken by any ward or charm. What happened that night in Godric's Hollow is something that has not happened in recorded magical history before, and it happened because of what your mother did, not the spell she cast, but the condition she created. She died choosing to. Not resigned to it. Choosing it, as an act, with full knowledge of what she was choosing and what she was purchasing with it. Love used as a structural magical force is not sentiment. It is a form of binding, ancient and reliable, that creates protection too specific and too deep to be breached by conventional dark magic. This is what she did. This is what you carry. I tell you this because you have been carrying it for 10 years without the information to understand it properly, and because the protection she created is not merely historical. It is still in you. It functions. Voldemort cannot touch you directly without consequences he is not aware of and you have not yet explored. This is not a weakness. It is the most unusual magical inheritance since Merlin. What you do with that understanding is yours to determine. Harry read this page twice. Then he set the letter down and looked at the table surface without seeing it. The great hall was full of morning noise, plates, conversation, the post owls circling in the high ceiling, Peeves somewhere upstairs causing disturbance that echoed faintly through the stone. Neville was across the table talking to a Hufflepuff about some species of flowering plant that could apparently be cultivated in low-light conditions. Hermione had a book propped against her orange juice and was reading while eating with the practiced dual-task efficiency of someone who had long ago decided that mealtimes were recoverable work periods. Harry looked at the letter. Your mother was different. He had known, in the abstract way that you know things you haven't examined closely, that his parents had existed. He had their names, a rough shape of their history, the bare facts of the night they died. Roz had not hidden any of it. But facts and understanding were different countries, and he had lived in the country of facts for 10 years and had never quite crossed the border into the other one. Lily Potter had died choosing to. Not as a casualty. As a decision. He folded the 6th page, which was brief, operational, covering the Lucius Malfoy question and 2 other matters, without reading it yet. He would read it later, when this page had settled. He put the letter away and ate the rest of his breakfast in silence, and the great hall moved around him, and he sat with the specific kind of weight that was not grief exactly. He had no map for grief about people he'd never known, but something adjacent to it, something that was awareness and weight and the beginning of a feeling he didn't have a clean word for. Hermione looked up from her book. She had the peripheral attention of someone whose observational instinct ran below their conscious focus, always registering changes in the environment while the front of the mind was occupied elsewhere. She looked at his face and then put her book down. She didn't say anything. She just looked at him with the direct, undemanding attention of someone who had noticed something and was offering presents rather than questions. Harry looked back at her. "I'll tell you about it later," he said. She nodded once and went back to her book. Later turned out to be that evening, in the library's far corner, the one Hermione had claimed with the possessive gravity of a scholar establishing territory. She had 3 textbooks open and a roll of parchment covered in notes and a plate of biscuits she'd somehow produced from somewhere Harry hadn't tracked, because Hermione always had food during extended study sessions in the way that other people always had anxiety. Harry sat across from her and told her about the letter. Not all of it, not the operational content, not the Malfoy material, not some of the more specific assessments Roz had made of wizarding political figures. But the 5th page, mostly. His mother. What she'd done. What it meant. Hermione listened the way she listened to everything worth listening to, fully, without the reflexive commentary that lesser listeners couldn't suppress, letting the information settle before touching it. When he finished she was quiet for a moment. I read about that, she said carefully. Love as a protective magical principle. It's mentioned in the Nature of Dark Magic, Hargrove's text, not on the standard list, as a theoretical possibility. Most scholars treat it as mythology. The idea that an act of pure sacrifice could create a permanent protective enchantment. Apparently it's not mythology. No. She looked at him. How do you feel about it? He considered the question. Hermione asked it without agenda, not as a therapeutic probe, not as social performance, but with the same intellectual directness she brought to academic questions. She wanted to know because she thought the answer was relevant information. I don't have a clean answer, he said, which was honest. I've spent 10 years understanding my history as a series of facts. This is the first time one of those facts has asked me to feel something about it. He looked at his hands on the table. I know Roz raised me and shaped me and that's real. I also know that someone I never met died in a way that requires a different category than most deaths. He paused. I'm not sure how to hold both of those at once. You don't have to hold them at once, Hermione said. They can exist separately. She pushed the biscuits toward him. She sounds extraordinary. She does, Harry said. They sat with that for a moment. Then Hermione said, in the slightly different tone she used when pivoting from emotional content to intellectual content, the protection. It's still active. According to Roz. So if Voldemort tried to, through Quirrell, touch you directly, something would happen that he wouldn't enjoy. Harry took a biscuit. Which is useful to know. Also interesting theoretically. You're thinking about it as a mechanism. I'm thinking about it as both, he said. I can do both. She looked at him for a moment with the evaluating expression she sometimes wore, the one that was taking him apart and putting him back together to see where things had changed. You're different today. The letter said things worth being different about. Yes. She picked up her quill. Will you write back? He'd been thinking about this since breakfast. What to say to Roz about the 5th page. Whether to say anything at all, or whether Roz had written it specifically as an act of giving, without expectation of return, the way Roz occasionally did things, quiet gifts with no architecture of obligation attached. Yes, Harry said. Tonight. Draco made his move on Friday. Harry had been expecting something since the breakfast conversation, not an attack. Draco was too careful for that, but a repositioning, a new approach after the first one had been acknowledged and deferred. What he hadn't expected was the setting. Draco found him on the Quidditch pitch after afternoon practice, when the rest of the team had gone in and Harry was still up, making his broom do things nobody had asked it to do, which was what he did when he needed to move and think simultaneously. He'd come down when he saw Draco waiting, which he'd noticed before Draco had given any signal, because Harry always noticed waiting before the waiter knew he'd been seen. Draco was alone. No Crabbe, no Goyle, he'd come without the social scaffolding, which was itself a statement. More honest ground. The breakfast thing, Draco said, without preamble, which was his own version of directness. I handled it wrong. Harry waited. My father gives me, talking points, Draco said, and the slight stiffness in the phrase told Harry that this was not an easy thing for him to admit. 4 people worth knowing. A script for the introduction. It works. He looked at Harry with something like frustration. It doesn't work on you. No, Harry agreed. Because you already know what I'm doing before I do it. Usually. Draco was quiet for a moment. The pitch was empty, the wind pulling at his pale hair, the late afternoon going dark fast in the Scottish November. Without the school around them and the performance requirements it imposed, he looked younger, which was interesting, 11 years old, stripped of the careful social engineering, just a boy on a windy pitch trying to say something honest. My father is, he stopped, started again. He has ideas about how this year goes. About what you are and what that means and how it should be, another stop. Managed. He wants to get to me early, Harry said. Before Dumbledore does, Draco said, and then looked like he wished he hadn't, with the specific expression of someone who has given more than they planned. Before Dumbledore does, Harry repeated. And you're here without a script to tell me this because I'm not my father's proxy, Draco said, sharply, with the heat of someone pressing on a bruise. And I'd rather you knew the difference. Harry studied him. This was the most unguarded Draco had been since the train, and it had cost him something to get here. Harry could see the effort underneath it, the work of coming alone, without the script, with something that looked uncomfortably like honesty. He thought about what Roz had told him about alliances. Not about acquiring them. Roz was not a man who talked about allies as possessions, but about the conditions under which they were real. A useful alliance is not one between positions. It is one between people who understand each other well enough to know when the other is lying. That knowledge is the foundation. Everything else is negotiation. Your father is Lucius Malfoy, Harry said, which means he was inside Voldemort's circle, which means he understands power dynamics from the inside. He's also still alive and free, which means he understands survival. He's not stupid, and wanting to establish early contact with me isn't stupid either. He looked at Draco. But he's also a man whose primary framework is hierarchy, and hierarchy frameworks assume that whoever seems strongest currently will remain strongest, and those frameworks have a consistent failure mode. They don't adapt, Draco said, slowly. They don't adapt, Harry confirmed. The people who survive the things coming in the next several years are not going to be the ones who correctly identified the current hierarchy. They're going to be the ones who were flexible enough to see when the hierarchy changed. Draco was very still. Harry could see him processing at a deeper level than the surface conversation, taking it in, turning it over, checking it against the architecture of what he'd been raised to believe. The processing showed. He wasn't as good yet at keeping it off his face. What are you saying? Draco asked. I'm saying that being genuinely useful to me is more valuable, for you, than being your father's introduction. And being genuinely useful requires that you stop running scripts. Harry picked up his broom. Think about whether that's something you want. He walked off the pitch. He didn't look back, not because he was performing unconcern, but because there was nothing to see yet. The answer to what he'd said would come in how Draco moved over the next week, not in whatever expression he was wearing right now. The incident in the corridor happened on a Tuesday, 2 weeks into December. Harry had been in the library until closing, working on a transfiguration essay that was genuinely interesting. McGonagall's assignment was a comparative analysis of 2 transformation theories. And Harry had found 3 additional theoretical frameworks not in the standard texts and was constructing an argument that the standard theories were describing the same fundamental principle from different observational positions. It was the kind of problem he found genuinely absorbing, the kind where the thinking disappeared and only the problem remained, which was one of the few states he recognized as close to contentment. He was heading back to the Slytherin common room at 11, through the lower corridors, when he found Neville. Specifically, he found Neville on the floor. 3 fifth years, Slytherin, faces Harry recognized but hadn't categorized as significant until now, and Neville against the wall, his bag on the floor with its contents scattered, his robes disheveled, his face wearing the expression of someone who has been in this situation enough times to have stopped being surprised by it and started being resigned to it. One of the 3 fifth years, a boy with a heavy jaw and the specific body language of someone who found his own size primarily useful as social communication, was holding Neville's potions essay, due tomorrow, between 2 fingers with the casualness of casual cruelty. Lost something? The boy said, to Neville. Not to Harry. He hadn't seen Harry yet. Harry walked up to them and stopped 3 feet away. All 3 of them turned. The casual cruelty went through a rapid renegotiation when it registered who it was looking at. Harry watched this happen with the observational patience of someone waiting for a reaction to complete before responding to it. The shift was almost physical, the sudden recalibration of a situation that had been operating under one set of assumptions and had to rapidly adopt another. "Potter," the heavy-jawed boy said, with the particular tone of someone trying to maintain the standing they'd had 5 seconds ago and already knowing they couldn't. Harry looked at him without urgency. He looked at the other two. He looked at Neville, briefly, reading the situation's history in the few seconds of evidence available. "Give him his essay," Harry said. The tone was not a request. Not a threat. Just a statement of the coming order of events, delivered with the flat, patient certainty of someone who had been making things happen in exactly the way they intended since before these 3 boys had started growing their current size. The heavy-jawed boy looked at his 2 companions. The companions, Harry noted, were already stepping slightly back, not dramatically, barely a shift of weight, but enough. Their investment in this situation had just appreciated. "I know what you were doing," Harry said. "Give him his essay." 3 seconds of stillness. Then the essay was handed back. Neville took it, pulled his bag together, and stood up. Harry didn't move. He stayed where he was until the 3 fifth years had processed that the situation was resolved and they were free to leave, which they did with the specific gait of people moving at a controlled pace because moving faster would admit something. When they were gone, Harry looked at Neville. Neville was holding his bag with both hands, his face going through the complicated sequence that followed the resolution of an unpleasant situation, the receding adrenaline, the slightly stupid relief, the beginning of whatever feeling came after. "This happens often," Harry said. "Not often." A pause. "Sometimes. You haven't told anyone." "It's not," Neville stopped. "It's not that bad, usually." "It's not acceptable," Harry said, which was not the same statement. "The 3 of them, do they share a dormitory?" Neville looked at him. "Why?" "Because knowing where they are is useful information." Harry started walking. "Come on. You've got that potions essay to finish." Neville fell into step beside him. They walked for a moment in the corridor's torchlit quiet. "You didn't have to," Neville said. "I know," Harry said. "Why did you, then?" Harry thought about this honestly. Not the diplomatic answer, not the strategic one, but the actual one. Neville asked questions like that, quietly, genuinely, without any agenda except that he actually wanted to know. "Because I assessed you in week 1, Harry said, "and the assessment was good. People with good assessments shouldn't be used as floors for people with bad ones." He glanced at Neville. "Also, you're getting better at potions and I'd rather not have that disrupted." Neville was quiet for a moment. "I think," Neville said, with the careful honesty of someone trying out a thought they're not sure of yet, "that those 2 reasons might be the same reason, phrased differently." Harry looked at him sideways. "You're getting better at that," Harry said. Neville almost smiled. "I have a good teacher." The 3rd letter from Roz arrived by the same hawk on a Saturday morning in mid-December, 2 weeks before the winter holidays, and Harry read it in the common room window with Athena sleeping on his shoulder and the lake grey and heavy outside. "You asked about your mother's magic as it relates to the protection. Here is what I know from the accounts I have gathered over 10 years, from people with specific knowledge of that night. The curse Voldemort cast is designed to transfer a death, to take the death that the caster brings with them and assign it to the target. It is the most complete dark spell in existence because it cannot be defended against by force. You cannot counter a death. You can only accept it or redirect it. Your mother redirected it. Not deliberately, she had no time for that. What she did was create a condition, by her act of sacrifice, that changed the nature of the death in the room. Her death was freely given and created a protection bound to you. When the curse struck that protection, it could not transfer, because the death it was carrying had no unclaimed target. Your mother had already taken the death voluntarily. What happened was not magic failing. It was magic completing. The death came back to the caster and did what deaths do when they find their caster's body unprepared. I am telling you this because it is the mechanism you carry, and you should understand mechanisms you carry. There is one further thing. You carry not only the protection your mother made. You carry also a piece of the curse itself, the part that had nowhere to go. This is what your scar is. This is why it responds when Voldemort is near. You are carrying a sliver of his attempted death in you, and he is carrying, somewhere, a sliver of your survival. You are connected. You have always been. I did not tell you this at 9 because a 9-year-old with that knowledge is a 9-year-old who thinks about it constantly. You are 11 now, and at Hogwarts, and it is relevant. What you do with a connection is your choice. Most people would be frightened of it. Most people would want it removed. I leave you to form your own view. Harry read the letter twice, then folded it carefully. The common room was quiet, Saturday morning, most students still asleep. The fire was burning low and orange. Athena shifted on his shoulder and made a soft sound. A sliver of connection. He reached up and touched the scar, and for the first time he actively felt along the connection rather than simply registering the tingle. It was faint, distant, muted, like a radio signal at the edge of range. It didn't feel like threat. It felt like a door that had been left slightly ajar in a room he'd never fully explored. He lowered his hand. Somewhere in this castle, Quirrell was walking around with Voldemort attached to the back of his head, and Voldemort had a sliver of Harry in him, and Harry had a sliver of Voldemort in him, and the Philosopher's Stone was 3 floors up in a room protected by a gauntlet Dumbledore had designed for a specific visitor. Harry sat with the whole picture of it for a long moment. Then he stood up, disturbing Athena, who expressed her displeasure with considerable dignity. Sorry, he told her. He went to find Hermione, because there were several things he needed to think through out loud, and Hermione was the only person at Hogwarts who could keep up with him at the pace he needed to run this particular thinking. She was in the library, which she always was on Saturday mornings. He sat down across from her, put the folded letter on the table, and said, I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen without commenting until I'm finished. She put down her quill. All right. He told her. Not everything, not Ra's private words, not the things too specific to share. But the mechanism of the night his parents died. The protection. The connection. The scar. When he finished, Hermione was quiet for a full 30 seconds. You've been sitting on this, she said. I've been building the picture, he said. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. He looked at her. A picture without context is just an image. I needed the context. He tapped the letter. Now I have most of it. Hermione looked at the letter, then at him. The connection to Voldemort, through the scar, I know. He could potentially use it. If he became stronger, I know. You're not concerned. Harry looked at the library window. The Scottish morning was white and still outside. Frost on the glass. I'm aware of it, he said, which was a precise answer and she recognized the precision of it. So what happens now, she asked. Harry looked back at her. The picture had assembled itself over the last several weeks, Quirrell, the stone, the corridor, Dumbledore's design, the connection, Ra's assessment of what Dumbledore was actually protecting against. It was complete enough. Now, Harry said, I stop waiting for Voldemort to make his move and start deciding what mine is. He stood up. And I need to go to the 3rd floor. Hermione stood up too, immediately, without debate. Harry looked at her. I didn't invite you. You didn't uninvite me either, she said, gathering her bag with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone who had decided this conversation was over. He looked at her for a moment. The firelight through the library windows. Her brown eyes, direct and completely unfrightened. You don't need to be involved in this, he said. "I know," she said, which was the same thing he said when Neville tried to thank him, and which she said now with full awareness of that echo, and the corner of her mouth was almost a smile. Harry regarded her for a moment. "Come on, then," he said. Chapter 6, The Midnight Curriculum. The third-floor corridor at 2 in the afternoon was not empty in the way Harry had expected. It was empty of people, no students, no staff moving through, but it was full in the way that heavily warded spaces were full, with the layered, pressurized quality of magic that had been built intentionally rather than accumulated. Harry stood at the corridor door with Hermione beside him and let himself feel the construction of it properly, the way Ahmad had taught him to read a word before touching it, the way you listened to a piece of music before you decided how to respond to it. 4 layers. He'd identified this from the outside. Inside the corridor the layers were more distinct, he could feel their individual textures, the way different magical signatures felt different from each other, the way a practiced wand hand felt different from an old one, a careful mind from a creative one. Dumbledore's work was the deepest layer. Old, enormous, woven into the stone rather than applied to it, like the difference between painting a wall and building the wall with pigment in the mortar. Harry had encountered a few things in Ra's collection with this quality, objects that had been worked by truly exceptional hands, and recognized it immediately. He walked along the corridor slowly, not touching anything. Hermione walked beside him with her hand near her wand, not because she expected immediate threat but because her training instincts, such as they were, assembled from books rather than field experience, were operating on high. She was looking at everything with her full attention, reading the corridor the way she read pages. "There's a door at the end," she said quietly. "Yes. What's behind it?" "I haven't been past the ward line yet." He stopped. "The ward line is here." He pointed at a seam in the stone floor, invisible to the eye but perfectly legible to anyone who knew what pressure differentials in magical construction felt like. "Past this point it registers intrusion and notifies, not immediately, but within about 3 minutes. So we have 3 minutes. If we cross it." "I haven't decided to cross it yet." He crouched, examining the floor seam. "I'm reading the construction." Hermione crouched beside him. "What does it tell you?" "That it's designed to be crossed." He looked up at her. "The ward line is a threshold, not a wall. It's meant to record passage, not prevent it. Whoever designed this wanted to know when someone came through, not stop them from coming through." She was quiet for a moment, processing. "So it's a monitoring system, not a defense." "The monitoring is the first defense," Harry said. "After this, whatever is in that room is the next defense. They're sequential." "And sequential defenses are a path," Hermione said. "Are a path," he confirmed. He straightened and looked at the door at the end of the corridor. Plain, ancient, reinforced with iron bands. He stayed where he was. "You're not going in," Hermione said. It wasn't a question. "Not today." He turned and started back toward the main corridor. "I know the ward structure now." "That's enough." She followed. "What are we waiting for?" "The right moment," he said. "And a few more things I need to know first." She thought about this as they moved out of the corridor and back into the ordinary school traffic of the 3rd floor. Students passing, bags, the sound of a class ending 2 corridors over. "You already know what's in there, don't you?" she said. "Yes." "And you know who wants it?" "Yes." "And you're not going to tell me right now?" Harry glanced at her. "I'm going to tell you all of it. Tonight." "The library." He paused. "Bring more biscuits." The library that night ran until 1 in the morning, and Harry told Hermione the whole picture, the Philosopher's Stone, Flamel, Quirrell, Voldemort, the connection, Dumbledore's design. He watched her face as he talked, not to gauge her reaction but because watching Hermione process information was one of the more interesting things he'd observed at Hogwarts. You could see the architecture of her thinking in the way her expressions moved, the sequence of assessment and connection and conclusion arriving in real time. When he finished she sat with it for a full minute. Voldemort is in this school, she said. Right now. Yes. And Dumbledore knows. I believe so. And his response to that is to keep the stone here and let events develop. His response to that, Harry said, is to create conditions in which events develop along a specific path that produces a specific outcome. The stone is bait. The defenses are a test. The question is who the test is for. She looked at him. You. That's my read. She turned this over. He brought you here for this. He brought me here this year, specifically, with a letter timed to get me here before term. The stone arrived this year. Quirrell went on his sabbatical last year. The timing fits a plan. He leaned forward. Dumbledore has a prophecy, I found a reference to it in the restricted section. The text was vague but clear enough. A child marked by Voldemort, born at the end of July, the power to vanquish him. He's been operating on that prophecy since before I was born. And you think he's staging this? I think Dumbledore is a man who reads the board several moves ahead and arranges the pieces to produce the ending he wants. I think this year is a move. Harry looked at the table. I also think he doesn't know who I am. He knows who Harry Potter is supposed to be. He doesn't know what I actually am. And that's the interesting part. Hermione was quiet again, the longer quiet that meant she was working through implications rather than processing facts. What do you want to do? She asked. This was the question Harry had been sitting with since the conversation with Ra's letter. What did he want to do? Not what was tactically optimal, not what Dumbledore's plan required, not what Ra's would advise, what did he want? I want to end it, he said. On my terms, not Dumbledore's, and not on Voldemort's schedule. He looked at her. But I need to know the room behind that door. I need to know every element of the defense before I decide when to go through it. That's why you were reading the ward today. That's part of it. He sat back. The other part is that I need to know what Voldemort is planning, and to know that I need to keep watching Quirrell without alarming him. The moment he feels observed he'll move faster. So will whatever is behind his eyes. Hermione looked at him steadily. You're running this like an operation. Because it is one. You're 11. You keep saying that, Harry said, as if it's a relevant constraint. She looked at him for a long moment, and then something in her expression shifted, the slight, involuntary shift of someone deciding to accept something rather than argue with it. All right, she said. What do you need from me? Research, he said immediately. The defenses in that room, I can read wards, but some of what I felt was not standard ward work. There's a logic puzzle element, I think, and at least one charm-based defense and something that felt biological. I need to know everything there is to know about how Dumbledore constructs multi-layered security. I can do that. And I need you to continue acting normal. Going to class. Being Hermione. He paused. Don't change your behavior because you know this. Don't watch Quirrell differently. Don't avoid the corridor. Normal. She picked up her quill. I'm always normal. You're never normal, Harry said, which made her almost laugh. December in Hogwarts was extraordinary. Harry had known this intellectually, had read about the Christmas decorations, the 12 trees, the enchanted snow on the ceiling, but the reality of it was considerably more than the description. The castle transformed itself for December the way it transformed itself for everything else, completely and without apology, becoming a different thing while remaining entirely itself. 12 Christmas trees blazing with lights. Enchanted snow on the great hall ceiling that fell and disappeared before it reached the tables. Garlands and tinsel and Peeves singing increasingly inappropriate carols in the upper corridors with unrestrained enthusiasm. Harry found he didn't mind any of it. He wrote to Roz in the second week of December, a long letter, longer than any he'd written since arriving, and said most of what there was to say about the stone and the corridor and Quirrell, and about Dumbledore's design, and about what he intended to do. Ra's response, arriving with the Dark Hawk 2 days later, was 3 sentences. Your assessment of Dumbledore's intentions is accurate. The question of when to act is the most important strategic decision you will make this year. Too early and the information is incomplete. Too late and the initiative belongs to someone else. Trust your judgment. 3 sentences from Ra's al Ghul constituted, by any metric, an exceptional endorsement. Most of the school went home for Christmas. The castle went quiet in a way that Harry found deeply pleasant, half its population removed, the corridors open, the library accessible without navigation, the great hall reduced to 2 long tables pushed together for the remaining students. He stayed. Hermione went home, with clear reluctance and a stack of books he'd requested. Neville stayed, to Harry's interest. Apparently his grandmother had a social obligation that precluded having him home for the full holidays. Harry spent the Christmas fortnight the way he spent most available time in optimal conditions, comprehensively. He mapped every accessible corridor in the castle. Not the ones on the Marauders map he'd heard referenced by the Weasley twins, he hadn't found that yet, but through direct physical survey, walking every route, noting every ward, every hidden door, every structural irregularity that the castle's 1,000-year history had accumulated. He spent 2 full nights in the restricted section, working through the texts on defensive magical construction and finding, in a third-year restricted text that was restricted for reasons that seemed primarily bureaucratic rather than substantive, a complete theoretical framework for the kind of sequential defense construction Dumbledore used. He also found the invisibility cloak on Christmas morning. It arrived in a package with no note, fine tissue paper, the cloak inside it like captured moonlight, extraordinary material, neither fabric nor magic exactly but somehow both, flowing through his fingers with a weight that wasn't physical. He knew what it was immediately. He also knew, with the same immediacy, who had sent it, because there were perhaps 3 people in the world who knew where he was and would send something like this without a note, and one of them was Raz, who would have included a tactical assessment, and one was Celia, who would have included instructions, and one was Dumbledore, who would very deliberately not include a note. He put the cloak on and looked at where he wasn't. Then he walked to the mirror. He'd found it the previous week during his corridor survey, a large, ornate mirror propped against a wall in an unused classroom, radiating a steady, significant magical signature that he'd identified as perceptive rather than projective. It showed something to the viewer rather than something about the viewer. He'd stood in front of it once and seen, briefly, startlingly, 2 figures standing behind him, a woman with red hair and green eyes that were the same precise shade as his own, and a man with black hair and a slightly too wide grin, and had stood very still for 30 seconds before stepping back and walking away, because there were things that required processing time and this was one of them. He stood in front of it now with the cloak on, and it showed him himself in the cloak, visible in its reflection, and the 2 figures behind him again. His mother, he knew this now, with the certainty of Ra's letter and the shape of her face in the mirror. His father. They were watching him with expressions he didn't have enough information to name, but which carried a quality he recognized from the faces of people who meant something. He stood there for 5 minutes. Then he walked away, because sentimentality was a luxury and the mirror was also a trap. He'd read about it, erased, desire in reverse, showing you what you wanted most, and he had enough self-knowledge to understand that standing in front of a mirror that showed you what you wanted most was a very efficient way to stop moving forward. He understood why Dumbledore had left it here. He also understood why Dumbledore had sent the cloak. The headmaster was building conditions, comfort, isolation, magical gifts, the mirror of desire. He was constructing an emotional architecture designed to make Harry feel something specific. Harry folded the cloak, put it in his trunk, and went to the library. On the 28th of December, at 11 at night, Harry was in the restricted section when Quirrell came in. This was the 3rd time he'd observed Quirrell in the library, and each time the quality of the search had changed. The first time it had been broad, searching across multiple texts, covering ground. The second time, 2 weeks ago, it had been more focused, working through a specific shelf with a specific list. Tonight Quirrell moved through the library with the purposeful, urgent quality of someone who had found a direction and was following it hard. Harry was in the alcove he'd used before, completely still, the invisibility cloak in his bag but not on. He hadn't needed it yet, and unnecessary use was unnecessary. He watched Quirrell move through the stacks with his wand light low, pull 3 books from the advanced restricted shelf, carry them to the table. The quality of Quirrell tonight was different. He sat down at the table and opened the first book, and the shaking was worse than Harry had seen it. His hands were trembling consistently, not the occasional tremor of anxiety but the sustained, deep trembling of a man under sustained internal pressure. When he opened the book his head bowed over it and his shoulders curved inward, the posture of someone carrying something that didn't distribute weight evenly. And then, the shift. Harry had seen it once before, briefly, in the library. The moment when Quirrell's body stopped being Quirrell's body for a few seconds and became something else's body using Quirrell's form. The posture straightened. The trembling stopped. The hands on the book became still and deliberate. For approximately 30 seconds something else looked through Quirrell's eyes at the page, and the quality of the reading changed, fast, purposeful, the reading of a highly intelligent mind that knew exactly what it was looking for. Then it went back. The trembling returned. The posture collapsed inward again. Harry watched this sequence twice, and the second time something became very clear that hadn't been clear before. Quirrell was losing. Not dramatically, not imminently, but the balance between the man and the thing wearing him was shifting. The first time Harry had observed this in October, Quirrell had been more present, the trembling had been his own anxiety, not the symptom of a body being used by a stronger will. Now the trembling was the border state, the friction between 2 wills occupying one body, and the friction was becoming less equal. Harry processed this. He had a timeline problem that had just become more urgent. After a moment he heard the shift again, Quirrell's body going still and deliberate, and the head came up slightly, and something happened that Harry had not anticipated. Quirrell, or what was using Quirrell, turned. Not toward Harry's alcove specifically. But the head came up and turned toward the back of the library with the specific quality of an animal registering a presence without being able to locate it. Slowly. Carefully. Harry did not move. Did not breathe faster. Did not change any external variable. He was very good at being still. Roz had drilled field concealment into him since age 7, and field concealment was largely a mental discipline, because bodies followed attention and attention broadcast itself, and you could be physically motionless and still register as present to something sensitive enough to read the quality of the air around you. Harry made himself absent. Not hidden. Absent. The mental discipline of removing your attention from the situation rather than focusing it on staying hidden, the counterintuitive move that Ahmad had taught him and that had saved him twice in actual field work. Quirrell's head turned. Stayed. Turned back. The book closed. Quirrell stood, replaced the books with shaking hands, and left. Harry stayed in the alcove for 3 minutes after the library door closed, giving time for a return that didn't come. Then he stood, walked to the shelf, and found the books Quirrell had been using. Advanced Defensive Magical Theory. A text on the properties of certain protective enchantments. And the third, he pulled it, read the title, read it again. On the Mechanics of Spiritual Vessels and Fragmented Souls, Restricted, 3rd edition. Voldemort had been in here researching Horcruxes. Harry stood very still with the book in his hand, and the library was silent around him, and what had been a timeline problem became something else. He wasn't dealing with a diminished fragment desperately seeking a body and a stone. He was dealing with a diminished fragment that was researching its own condition, looking for alternatives, contingencies. A mind that was not simply reacting but planning. He put the book back and pulled it again immediately with the gloved hand he developed the habit of using in the restricted section, and carried it to the study table, and read it for 2 hours. The school refilled after New Year with the particular chaotic energy of students who had eaten and slept well for 2 weeks and were now manifesting this as noise. The corridors went loud again, the great hall filled up, the social machinery of 4 houses and 7 years re-engaged with itself at full volume. Harry had used the holiday to build a curriculum. Not his academic curriculum, that was effectively managed in parallel with his actual work, the classes attended, the assignments completed at quality, the relationships with his professors maintained. He meant the other curriculum, the one that ran in the hours after midnight and the free periods and the spaces between classes. He had 3 objectives for the second term. First, understand the complete defensive construction behind the third-floor door. Hermione had brought back 2 texts from home and found 3 more in the library's furthest stacks, and together they built a working model of Dumbledore's preferred defensive methodology, sequential, escalating, each element designed for a specific type of magical talent, the sum designed to be passable only by someone who possessed a complete range of capabilities or a team that collectively covered them. Harry reviewed this model and found it was good work. Genuinely good. Dumbledore built defenses the way Roz built operations, with an understanding that the defense itself was a form of communication. Second, track Quirrell's deterioration and establish the point at which acting became necessary rather than optimal. Third, find the mirror of Arist's connection to the stone. The third objective resolved itself in the first week of January, in the library, when Hermione put a piece of parchment in front of him without comment. He looked at it. Her handwriting, dense, cross-referenced, the work of several hours. "The mirror's inscription," she said. "I noticed it when you described it. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Backwards. Arist." She tapped the parchment. "Dumbledore is an inventor as well as a duelist. He doesn't use external objects as components when he can build them. The mirror is part of the defense, not an incidental. The final stage." Harry read her analysis. It was thorough, intelligent, connecting 3 separate texts she'd found on enchanted reflective objects with Dumbledore's known work on desire-based enchantments. "The stone is in the mirror," Harry said. "The stone is accessible through the mirror," Hermione corrected. "To someone who wants to find it but not use it. Someone who wants the stone for its own sake, immortality, power, won't be able to get it from the mirror because the mirror only gives the object to someone who wants to possess it without using it." Harry looked at her. "Dumbledore built a desire filter," he said. "The final defense isn't magical. It's psychological. And it only works on someone whose desire is pure in a specific way," she said. "Someone who wants the stone but not for personal gain." She paused. "Which is why he needs you specifically. Someone who knows what it is, wants to stop it being used, but doesn't want it for themselves." Harry sat with this for a moment. The elegance of it. It was very good design. Genuinely elegant, the kind of solution that worked on multiple levels simultaneously: physical defense, magical defense, psychological defense, and at the center a mechanism that required not just capability but a specific quality of intention. "He couldn't have designed this for me specifically," Harry said. "He didn't know what I was when he built it. He designed it for the prophecy's child," Hermione said. "Someone marked by Voldemort, raised with a particular kind of purpose. Someone who would want the stone protected, not owned." She looked at him. "He was designing for who he thought you were. He just got a different version of the same specification." Harry thought about Dumbledore, and about Roz, and about the fact that 2 of the most strategically intelligent people he'd ever encountered had, apparently, built plans that pointed at him, from completely different directions, and arrived at compatible conclusions. "That," he said, slowly, "is extremely interesting." The curriculum's second strand ran in the dungeons. He and Neville had established a pattern: twice a week, the empty classroom, the practical work building methodically on the theoretical, Neville's hands growing steadier and his timing improving and his understanding of the material shifting from memorized procedure to actual comprehension. By January Neville was producing potions in their sessions that were consistently better than his classroom work, and Harry had been watching this gap and thinking about it. The problem was performance. Neville's knowledge was good now. His practical capability was good. But the classroom activated a set of responses: the fear of Snape's voice, the audience, the historical weight of his failures, that degraded all of it. You're going to need to start producing the same work in Snape's class that you produce here, Harry said, on a Thursday evening in late January. Neville looked at him from behind a cauldron. I know. I'm not saying you're failing. You're not. I'm saying there's a gap and I want to know how to close it. Harry sat on the desk. What happens, specifically, when Snape enters the room? I get, Neville stirred, watching the potion. My mind starts running ahead of itself. Thinking about all the things that could go wrong. And then because I'm thinking about them, they go wrong. Yes. Harry had read about this. Not in a magical text but in a field psychology text from Ra's library, the phenomenon of performance anxiety as a failure of present-moment focus, the mind's tendency to run simulations rather than execute the task in front of it. Ra's had addressed this in Harry's training through several years of performing under observation, evaluated sparring, watched fieldwork, graded missions, until the observation became irrelevant background rather than foreground pressure. He couldn't give Neville several years of that. But he could give him something. We're going to run potions with pressure in it, Harry said. Starting next session. I'm going to critique while you brew. Loudly. Neville's expression went through several things. You're going to, the critique will be accurate and the tone will be unpleasant. I'm going to do what Snape does, except that you'll know it's not actually a threat. You'll be calibrating against a familiar discomfort. Harry looked at him steadily. The goal isn't to make you comfortable with cruelty. It's to separate the discomfort from the functional interference. They're two different things and you're treating them as one. Neville was quiet for a long moment. You've thought about this a lot, he said. I think about most things, Harry said. You actually think I can do this? Not a question, but not quite a statement either. Something in between, the tentative structure of someone who had received so many assessments going the other direction that a positive one needed verification. I've watched you for 4 months, Harry said. Yes. I think you can do this. He paused. I don't tell people things I don't believe. Neville looked at the potion. Something in his posture shifted, not dramatically, not the cinematic transformation of a person suddenly believing in themselves, but something quieter and more real. The small structural shift of a person adding one more piece of evidence to a case they were building slowly. All right, Neville said. Next session. Hermione came to him in the second week of February with a look on her face that Harry had learned to identify as the specific expression of someone who had found something they hadn't been looking for. I was in the restricted section, she said, keeping her voice low. They were in the far corner of the library, late, the usual place. Reading the defensive construction texts you marked. And I found an annotation. She put the book on the table, open to a page Harry recognized, a theoretical passage on nested wordwork. In the margin, in very small, careful handwriting, was a note. Not a student's note, too precise, too specific. A working note, the kind you made while building something. Mirror terminus, desire inversion mechanism, will respond to want without acquisition rather than want without knowledge. Key variable, the wanting must pre-exist the finding. Harry read it twice. Dumbledore made notes in his own library books, Hermione said. While building the defenses. He left them here. She paused. Either he didn't think anyone would find them or he left them to be found. Both can be true, Harry said. He looked at the annotation. The wanting must pre-exist the finding. He's telling us the mirror doesn't work by wish. The wanting has to be genuinely prior to the moment of looking. You have to already want to protect the stone before you stand in front of the mirror, not want to protect it because you're standing in front of it. Which means Voldemort can't figure his way around it in the moment, Hermione said. Even if he understood the mechanism. Right. Harry closed the book carefully. He looked at Hermione across the table, the late library with its torchlight and its silence and its thousands of years of accumulated text around them. He left this deliberately. For you, she said. For whoever came. He paused. Which he expected to be me. He sat back. All right. I think we have enough. Hermione looked at him. Enough for what? Enough to know what's in that room and how it works and when it needs to be dealt with. He met her eyes. Quirrell is getting worse. I give it another 2 months before whatever is in him stops being patient and moves on its own. I need to be in that room first. How much first? Far enough to be in control of the conditions. He looked at the closed book. I'm not going in there reactively. I'm going in there with a complete picture and a finished plan. Hermione looked at him with the steady, evaluating attention she used when she was deciding whether to push back on something. He watched her make the decision. The plan, she said. Tell me all of it. Outside the library windows, the Scottish night was clear and bitter cold, stars hard and bright through the glass, and the castle breathed around them, old and patient, and Harry Potter told her everything. Chapter 7, What Roz Built. March came in hard and cold, and something in the castle shifted with it. Harry felt it first in Quirrell. He'd been tracking the professor's deterioration with the methodical patience of a field operative watching a situation develop, weekly assessments, logged in his notebook in a shorthand that would mean nothing to anyone who found it, tracking the trembling, the posture, the frequency of the possession shifts he'd observed over months of careful watching. In January the shifts had been occasional, lasting 30 seconds, leaving quickly. By mid-February they were coming twice, 3 times during a single class period, and Quirrell's recovery from each one took longer. He'd stand at the blackboard for a moment after the shift receded, steadying himself against the wood, gathering the threads of himself back together. In March the shifts stopped leaving quickly. Harry sat in defense against the dark arts on the second Tuesday of March and watched Quirrell stand at the front of the class and deliver a 20-minute lecture on counterjinxes in the flat, textbook voice he always used, and the trembling never came back. The stillness was total. The precision was total. Whatever had been sharing the body had stopped sharing it and started owning it. Quirrell had lost. Harry watched the man who wasn't Quirrell anymore work through the counterjinx demonstration with hands that didn't shake and eyes that moved across the class with a quality of attention that had no relationship to counterjinxes, and thought, 2 weeks, maybe 3. He wrote to Roz that night. The response came in 2 days, which was the fastest Roz had ever responded to him, and it was 4 words. Act before he does. Harry told Hermione on Thursday. She was in the library where she always was, for texts open and a plate of biscuits half demolished, and she read the expression on his face before he said a word and put down her quill. When, she said. Saturday night. After midnight. He sat down. The staff are all in the castle, but the rotation puts Snape in his office Friday nights and Saturday he generally doesn't leave until 2. Dumbledore keeps late hours but not that late. The castle goes quiet after 1. Quirrell, is my concern, Harry said. Not yours. She looked at him steadily. We talked about this. We talked about the planning, Harry said. The execution is different. What's in that room beyond the door isn't something I want you in contact with. It's not something I want you in contact with either, she said sharply, and I don't recall that being a disqualifying factor for you. Harry looked at her. She was holding his gaze with the same quality she'd had since October, direct, unfrightened, completely certain of her own ground. He had a prepared argument for why she should stay out. He ran through it mentally and found that most of it applied equally to himself, and that the parts that didn't apply to him were predicated on her being less capable than he was, which was true in specific combat terms and not true in any other terms, and she would correctly identify this in about 4 seconds if he said it out loud. The final room, he said. The mirror. I go in alone for that. Yes, she agreed immediately. He looked at her. That was easy. I read Dumbledore's annotation 3 more times after you left that night, she said. The wanting has to pre-exist the finding. If I'm standing in front of the mirror wanting to help you I might get the stone instead of you. It has to be you in the final room. She held his gaze. But I can get you through everything before it. Harry sat with this for a moment. He thought about telling her that he could get through everything before it alone. This was true. He thought about telling her that having her there added operational risk. This was partially true. He thought about the actual real reason he was resisting, which was something he was less comfortable examining cleanly, which was that having someone he cared about in a dangerous space created a variable he couldn't fully control, and variables he couldn't fully control were the ones that cost you. Roz had taught him about this too, though not directly. He'd watched Roz manage it over years, the way the old man held the league and the way he held Harry, in the same hands but differently, one with pure control and one with something that couldn't be fully controlled because it wasn't an operation. It was a relationship. And Roz, who was several hundred years old and had built the most effective covert organization in human history, had found this distinction genuinely difficult. Harry understood it better, now, at 11 years old, with Hermione Granger looking at him across a library table and already knowing the answer before he said it. "All right," he said. She picked up her quill. "Tell me the room sequence." He told her. He'd built the complete picture over the previous weeks, the defense sequence, element by element, assembled from Hermione's research texts, the restricted section, the notes in the margins, and his own direct assessment of the ward construction. He went through each room, the first, the ward alarm threshold and what came after it. The plants. The flying keys. The chess. The logic puzzle. The trolls. Each element, what it required, where the failure points were. Hermione listened, and as she listened she did what she always did with information, she immediately began improving the approach to it. "The chess room," she said. "You know how to play." "I know how to play. But chess as a physical game, moving real pieces the size of people, the spatial geometry changes. The board will feel different. The principles don't change." "No, but the psychology of the pieces does. They're spelled to play. They're spelled to sacrifice themselves when sacrificed, which means some of them will try to stay and play longer than a pure geometry calculation would suggest." She was making notes. "You need to be willing to sacrifice faster than the pieces expect, or they'll try to draw the game." Harry looked at her notes. She was right. He added it. "The plants," she said. "Devil's snare. You know the countermeasure. Light and warmth. I can produce both wandlessly in close quarters." He paused. "The time problem is that Devil's Snare acts fast. It needs the countermeasure within 15 seconds or the constriction compromises breathing." "I know the spell to produce adequate light," Hermione said. "I've been practicing it." She said this in the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had been preparing for a specific situation they'd known was coming. "I've been practicing it for 6 weeks. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Since I told you about the room." "Since before that, actually," she said. "I started practicing useful spells the first week of term. I just added this one when it became relevant." He looked at her. "What?" she said. "Nothing," Harry said, which meant several things, and she received all of them with the equanimity of someone who had learned to read him. "They told Neville on Friday." Harry had made this decision the previous evening, alone in the common room after midnight, turning it over for an hour before arriving at it. Neville didn't need to be involved. Including him added complexity. Roz would have said that a minimum exposure operation was a better operation, and this was correct. But Neville had been in the corridor on the Tuesday after Harry had identified Quirrell's full possession. He'd found Harry coming out of the 3rd floor after a late-night reconnaissance, the one time Harry's timing had been slightly off, returning through the wrong corridor at the wrong moment, and they'd walked together back toward the dormitories, and Neville had said, without preamble, in the quiet thoughtful voice he used for real things, "Something's wrong in this school, isn't it? Not wrong like normal school wrong. Wrong like something is actually going to happen." Harry had looked at him. "You've been up there," Neville said, nodding at the ceiling in the direction of the 3rd floor. "Multiple times. You've been in the library until 1 in the morning since October." You and Hermione have been, building something. I can see it. I'm not going to ask what it is. He paused. I just want you to know that if you need me for something, I'm there. Harry had thought about it, and about Neville's hands which no longer shook in potions, and about his accuracy on the point the man had made, that seeing without asking was its own form of competence, and had said, when it's time. Now it was time. He found Neville in the greenhouses, which was always where he was on Friday afternoons, and brought him to the library and told him the necessary parts. Neville listened. His face went through several things, the processing, the weight of it landing, the specific recalibration of someone who has been half expecting something and finds the reality still larger than the expectation. When Harry finished, Neville said, "What do you need me to do?" "Be a reason," Harry said. "If something goes wrong, if we don't come back by 6 in the morning, go to McGonagall. Tell her everything." He held Neville's gaze. "Not Dumbledore." "McGonagall." "Why not Dumbledore?" "Because Dumbledore's plan requires things to develop in a certain way. McGonagall's response to finding out that 3 of her students have gone after Voldemort will not be constrained by plan." He paused. "McGonagall will act." Neville nodded. "All right. The other thing," Harry said, "is to keep behaving normally tonight and tomorrow. Don't change anything." "I can do that." He looked at Harry and then at Hermione and then back at Harry. "Come back." "That's the plan," Harry said. Saturday night came in cold and clear, the castle quieting in layers as the hours moved toward midnight. Harry lay on his bed in the Slytherin dormitory and listened to the other 4 boys fall asleep with the patience of someone who had done longer waits than this, and when the dormitory was breathing the deep regular breath of genuine sleep he slipped out without waking anyone. Hermione met him at the second-floor junction, already there when he arrived, her bag over her shoulder and her face doing the thing it did when she was scared and managing it, chin slightly up, jaw slightly set, the face of someone who had decided that the feeling was a fact and the fact didn't change the plan. Harry looked at her for a moment. "Ready?" he said. "Yes," she said, and the voice was completely steady. They moved through the castle in the dark, Harry a step ahead with the invisibility cloak bundled under his arm, not deployed yet, held for the specific contingencies where it would be most useful rather than used as general cover, which was a waste of a resource. He'd mapped this route in December and rehearsed it twice in January, 14 corridors, 4 staircases, 6 ward-active zones that required either avoidance or specific countermeasures. He navigated all of it with the automatic precision of someone for whom spatial memory was not a skill but a physical reflex. They didn't talk. They reached the 3rd floor in 11 minutes. Harry stopped at the corridor entrance. The same pressurized air, the same layered construction. He examined it one more time, not because he didn't know it, but because the final confirmation before entry was a non-negotiable practice, the same way you checked your kit one final time before a mission regardless of how many times you'd checked it already. Everything was as he'd mapped it. He looked at Hermione. She nodded. They crossed the ward line. The corridor registered them, he felt the mild pulse of the alert system activating, its 3-minute clock beginning, and moved to the door at the end, and Harry examined the lock, which was warded with a basic deterrent charm, and touched 2 fingers to it in a gesture that wasn't quite a spell and wasn't quite not a spell, the seam technique Ahmad had shown him for ward seams, and the lock recognized something in the gesture and turned. The door opened. They went through. The first room was the Devil's Snare. It filled the room completely, not climbing, not growing, already present, the ceiling invisible above the mass of dark tendrils, the smell of earth and something vegetal and faintly chemical. It moved when they entered, the way plants spelled for detection moved, slow and responsive. Hermione's wand was already up. Lumos Solum, she said, and the light that came from her wand was not the thin white beam of a standard Lumos, it was warm and broad and blazing, the specific sunlight-adjacent quality of a spell she'd been practicing for 6 weeks, and the Devil's Snare contracted away from it immediately, pressing back to the walls, giving them a clear path to the door on the far side. Harry walked through it without breaking stride. He glanced at her as they reached the next door, and there was something in her face, the specific expression of a person who has prepared for something and found the preparation adequate. That was one of the better things he'd seen in a while. "Good," he said, which from him meant what it meant, and she knew it. The second room was the flying keys. Hundreds of them, all sizes, all shapes, all winged, circling the chamber in a slow mass of beating wings and glinting metal, with a broomstick on the floor and a locked door on the far wall. Harry looked at the keys for approximately 4 seconds, identified the oldest one by its style and patina and the way its wings beat differently from the rest, more worn, slightly lopsided, the specific were pattern of a key that had been used, and was on the broomstick and through the key space and back down with the correct key in 8 seconds. Hermione watched this with the expression of someone who had expected competence and had received it at a slightly unreasonable speed. 8 seconds, she said. The key leaves a different air disturbance, Harry said, already at the lock. Its wing pattern is asymmetrical. Simple triangulation. The door opened. The chess room was massive and cold, the board filling the floor from wall to wall, the pieces enormous and patient, white on their side of the board and black barring the door on the far side. Harry stood at the edge of the board and looked at the whole configuration, and the board looked back at him with the specific silent hostility of a game that had been waiting. "Black or white?" Hermione said. "Black has the advantage of moving second and reading the board first," Harry said. "White's pieces look more worn. They've played this game before and lost." He stepped onto the board. "Black." He took a bishop's position. Hermione stood at the edge off the board. He told her in the library that she needed to stay at the edge, off the playing surface. She'd resisted, but the reason was real. 2 players split the pieces' responses, and 1 controller of all the black pieces had more precise control than 2. The game opened. It lasted 6 minutes. Harry played it the way he played everything, not as a display but as a problem with a solution, which was to say he played it coldly and completely, sacrificing his knight and both rooks in the opening exchange because the geometry of the board created a forced sequence from that sacrifice that the White Queen's AI couldn't navigate out of, and because the pieces spelled to resist sacrifice resisted for 2 moves before their own programming recognized a losing position. The White King threw down his sword. The door opened. Harry stepped off the board. Hermione was looking at the board configuration. She'd watched every move. "You sacrificed your knight immediately," she said. It forced a response sequence. 6 moves later the position was closed. He walked to the door. The pieces played it out for 4 moves longer than they needed to because they're spelled to play to the last moment. But the outcome was determined at move 3. You saw it that quickly. The sacrifice opened it. The rest was just completing the sequence. He looked at her. "You could have seen it." "I wouldn't have had the confidence to sacrifice the knight in the opening," she said honestly. "That's what I mean," Harry said. "Not the ability. The confidence." She was quiet for a moment, in the way she was quiet when something had landed. They moved through. The next room smelled wrong before they opened the door. Harry caught it at the door's edge, the specific sharp and dull combination of spilled potions, the stone-cold air of a room that had been sealed, and underneath it something else that made the scar tingle sharply before subsiding. He opened the door. The room had a troll in it. Already unconscious. Already on the floor, the weight of it staggering even prone, a club near one limp hand. Harry looked at it and then around the room, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and the conclusion arrived quickly. Someone had already been here. Not recently, the troll had been unconscious for hours by the state of it, the specific quality of a stunned creature that had been out long enough to shift from rigid unconscious into the loose, deep unconsciousness of settled sleep. He crouched and examined the stun mark near the base of the troll's skull, identified the spell residue by the characteristic faint smell of the hex, and stood. Hermione was looking at him. "Quirrell came a different way," Harry said. "Or earlier than I expected." "How much earlier?" "Hours." He was already moving through the room to the next door, recalculating. He's ahead of us in the sequence. How far ahead? If he came directly after dinner, 8, 9 hours. He's been in here since before midnight. Harry stopped at the next door. The logic puzzle room. He opened it. 7 bottles, the parchment note in Snape's handwriting, the flames across the doors, the puzzle exactly as he'd mapped it. He read the riddle in 90 seconds, identified the bottle, confirmed the solution with 3 cross-checks, drank the potion for the forward door. There's enough for one person to go forward, he said. This bottle sends backward. He put it in Hermione's hand. Go back. Now. She looked at the bottle and then at him. The plan was always that I go alone into the final room, he said. This is the division point. I know, she said. She stopped. Started again. Be careful. That's the intention. That's not the same as actually doing it. He looked at her, and there was something in the moment that was the specific weight of 2 people who had been working at close quarters since October and had built something real, and were now at a point where one of them was going through a door alone. Go back and watch for when Neville needs to go to McGonagall, Harry said. If I'm not back by 6, I know. She gripped the bottle. Harry. He looked at her. Come back, she said, with the same directness Neville had used the night before, no decoration on it. Yes, he said. He went through the door. The last room was quieter than the others. No plants, no keys, no pieces. Just the mirror, enormous and gold-framed, standing against the far wall exactly where Harry had found it in December. The inscription around the frame. The deep reflective surface. And in front of it, with his back to the door, Quirrell. Or not Quirrell. The person standing at the mirror had Quirrell's body and Quirrell's robes, but the posture was completely different from anything Harry had seen from Quirrell, straight, still, without any of the trembling or the inward collapse. Quirrell had been gone for days, Harry suspected. Maybe weeks. Harry walked into the room. Quirrell turned. The face was Quirrell's face, pale, forgettable, the kind of face that had always looked temporary, like a placeholder. But the eyes were different. The eyes had the quality of something very old looking through a very thin surface, patient and cold and entirely deliberate. Harry Potter, Quirrell said, and the voice was Quirrell's but the cadence was not. I wondered when you would arrive. I've been watching you since October, Harry said. Something moved in the old eyes. Interest. Have you? You've been aware of something watching for the last 3 weeks, Harry said. You couldn't locate it. I know. Yes. The head tilted, slightly, with the specific quality of something tasting a new input. You are not what I expected. I know, Harry said. What does the mirror show you? Quirrell's body turned back to the mirror. Myself presenting the stone. Giving it to my master. But it will not come. The voice was flat with frustration that it wasn't concealing. The mechanism defeats me. I give it to my master and still the mirror gives me nothing. Because you want to use it, Harry said. That's the mechanism. The mirror only gives it to someone who wants it without intending to use it. Quirrell turned back. The old eyes were very focused now. You know the mechanism. Yes. Then you understand what I require from you, the voice said, and it had changed quality slightly, the Quirrell component gone entirely, something else speaking directly, the accent different, older. I'm not going to get the stone for you, Harry said. The body took 1 step forward. I think you misunderstand your position. I don't, Harry said. He stood completely still, feet shoulder-width apart, hands at his sides, and the quality of his stillness was different from ordinary stillness. It was the stillness of something at rest rather than something frozen, a resting state not a defensive one. I understand exactly what the situation is. You're diminished, bodiless, carrying yourself in a dead man's skull. You've been trying to restore yourself for a decade and this is the closest you've come. You're also aware that you can't touch me directly without consequences you don't fully understand. The eyes went very still. My mother, Harry said, died choosing to. You know what that creates. You felt it a decade ago and you haven't been able to account for it since. A child's protection, the voice said, and the contempt in it was genuine. A structural magical principle that you've been unable to work around in 10 years, Harry said. Call it what you like. A pause. You are remarkable, the voice said, and the contempt was gone, replaced by something that was almost genuine. For what you are. Who made you? I made myself, Harry said. With help. Raz al Ghul. The voice said it the way it said everything, flat, weighing it. Yes. I know of him. An interesting choice of guardian for the boy who lived. He would disagree with that framing, Harry said. He doesn't believe in boys who live. He believes in people who decide. And what have you decided? That this ends tonight, Harry said. On my terms. He moved to the mirror. He didn't run. He walked with the same unhurried certainty he'd used since arriving at the room, because urgency was information and he had no interest in giving this situation his urgency. He stopped in front of the mirror and looked at it. His reflection looked back. Behind his reflection, the two figures he'd seen in December, his mother, his father. They were still there, and looking at them in this room, in this context, produced the same weight it had produced in December but different now, with more of the understanding Raz had given him to put around it. He looked at his reflection, and his reflection reached into the mirror image pocket of his robe, and the mirror's reflection produced a small red stone. Harry felt something in his actual hand. He looked down. The stone. Small, blood-red, warm in his palm in a way that was deeply strange, not physically warm but energetically warm, alive with the kind of magic that had been worked over centuries by an exceptional mind. He closed his hand around it. You have it, the voice said, from behind him. Yes, Harry said. He didn't turn yet. Give it to me, the voice said, and I will give you things you cannot imagine. Your parents. I can restore them. I can, no, Harry said. Not you can't. He knew better than to bet on what Voldemort could or couldn't do. Just no. Flat and complete. You do not even consider it. I consider everything, Harry said. I've already considered this. He turned. You killed them. The thing you're offering me is built on the thing you did. Even if you could deliver it, the structure underneath it is wrong and I'm not interested in what's built on wrong structures. The eyes looked at him with the specific quality of something encountering genuine resistance for the first time in years. Then you leave me no choice, the voice said. Quirrell's body moved. Harry had been waiting for this. He'd been waiting for it since he walked through the door, had mapped the room's geometry in the first 3 seconds, had identified the distance and the angles and the one variable he couldn't fully predict, which was whether the protection his mother had made was functional in the way Raz had described or whether it was theoretical in a way the theory had overstated. Quirrell's hands closed around his throat. The effect was immediate. Not on Harry, on Quirrell. The skin of Quirrell's hands blistered the instant it made contact, a rippling burn that moved fast up his fingers and his palms, and the scream that came out of the body wasn't Quirrell's voice at all but something older and rawer, the sound of a will that had been sustained for 10 years by absolute certainty encountering the one thing it hadn't been able to account for. Quirrell tried to pull away and couldn't, the contact was burning him but some other force was holding it, the structural magic of the protection working exactly the way Raz had described, exactly the way the mechanism of that night in Godric's Hollow had worked. Harry didn't move. He stood in the burn of the contact and felt the protection working, felt the specific quality of his mother's magic for the first time, not as a concept in a letter but as a real thing, alive and present, ancient and specific. It felt like being held. He thought, Lily Potter, who understood magic as a principle. Quirrell screamed. The body collapsed. The blistering moved faster, up the arms, and the body went rigid and then limp, and the scream cut off. A different presence tried to leave the body. Harry felt it, the thin black smoke quality of something evacuating, moving past him, touching the edge of his scar with a cold that was brief and desperate and nothing like the calculating cold it had projected a moment before. Then it was gone. The room was very quiet. Harry stood in the middle of it with the Philosopher's Stone in his closed fist and Quirrell's body on the floor and the mirror behind him, and he felt the weight of the evening settling into the specific quality of aftermath, the particular texture of silence after something has resolved. He looked at Quirrell. The body was breathing. Faintly, shallowly, but breathing. Quirrell himself, whatever was left of the man after 9 months of being worn as a vessel, was still in there. Whether he would survive was a question for medical magic. Harry put 2 fingers on the pulse in Quirrell's throat and found it weak and rapid and present. He straightened. He put the stone in his pocket. He walked to the door. He didn't make it to the exit. He was on the 3rd floor, corridor, 30 feet from the main hallway, when the world went sideways, a delayed effect he recognized in the detached, observational part of his mind that kept observing even when the physical system was failing, the specific quality of magical exhaustion from sustained proximity to dark magic, compounded with the protection working which had pulled on something deep, something at the level of his actual self rather than his performed self. He sat down against the wall. Not dramatically. He simply sat, because the alternative was falling, and sitting was more useful. The corridor torches were orange and steady. The stones under him were cold. He thought, with some amusement, that Roz would have said sitting down in a corridor after completing an objective was operationally acceptable under the specific circumstances. He thought about his mother's magic, alive and real, and the 2 figures in the mirror, and the specific feeling of being held. He sat in the corridor and breathed and waited for his body to remember that it was, in fact, fine. He was still sitting there when the footsteps came. Not quick footsteps, measured, deliberate, the footsteps of someone who walked at their own pace regardless of circumstance, which meant it was either someone very calm or someone who had been expecting this, and Harry thought he knew which. Albus Dumbledore came around the corner and stopped. He looked down at Harry, sitting against the wall with the stone in his pocket and the corridor torches around him, and his blue eyes were bright and very careful. "My boy," he said, gently. "Don't," Harry said. Not rudely. Just clearly. Dumbledore paused. "The stone is in my pocket," Harry said. "Quirrell is in the last room. He's alive but requires medical attention. Whatever was in him is gone." He looked up at Dumbledore. "And I'd like to have a conversation with you. When I'm on my feet." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. His expression moved through several things, and Harry watched all of them, and what he saw was not the chess player's expression from the sorting feast, not the calculated observer from the Great Hall. What he saw was something more human and more complex than that, the expression of a man who has been running a very long plan and has arrived at its outcome and found that the outcome is not exactly what the plan produced. "Yes," Dumbledore said, quietly. "I think we should." He sat down on the corridor floor beside Harry. Not in a chair, not standing, sat down on the cold stone floor of the 3rd floor corridor at 2 in the morning, cross-legged, with the purple robes of Albus Dumbledore arranged around him and the half-moon spectacles catching the torchlight. Harry looked at him. "You knew I'd go in tonight," Harry said. "I knew you'd go in when you were ready," Dumbledore said. "I confess I didn't know when that would be." "You sent the cloak." "I did. And the mirror." "The mirror was here for a purpose," Dumbledore said, and the lightness he usually carried was less present than Harry had seen it. "But yes. I wanted you to see it." "Why?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Because I thought you needed to," he said. "And I was not certain you would find the time, on your own, to allow yourself to." He looked at Harry with the direct, uncalculated gaze of someone choosing honesty over strategy. "I have made many assumptions about you this year, Harry. Most of them were wrong. The assumptions were not malicious. They were based on who I expected you to be. And who did you expect? A child, Dumbledore said. Lost, powerful, in need of guidance. Someone who would need to be led through this. A pause. Someone more like the children I have guided before. Harry looked at the corridor wall opposite him. The torches. The old stone. I'm not that. No, Dumbledore said. You are something I haven't encountered, and I find, sitting here, that I'm not certain I have managed the year correctly as a result. He looked at his own hands. Ra's al Ghul built you well. Harry looked at him sharply. You know about Ra's. I have known since the beginning, Dumbledore said. I have known your location since your 4th birthday. I chose to leave you where you were. The corridor was very quiet. Why? Harry said. Because, Dumbledore said carefully, I looked at what you were becoming, and I looked at what I had planned for you, and I thought, perhaps what he is becoming is more than what I planned for. He met Harry's eyes. And I thought that a plan which required a specific version of you to succeed was perhaps a plan worth revising. Harry absorbed this. Sat with it. You revised your plan around me, he said. Without telling me. Yes. That's still manipulation. Yes, Dumbledore said, with the complete lack of deflection of someone choosing accountability. It is. A pause. I am not certain I had another option, given what I know and what is coming. But I will not pretend the choice was without cost. They sat in the corridor in silence for a moment. Harry reached into his pocket and produced the stone. It sat in his palm between them, blood-red, warm, the accumulated work of Nicholas Flamel's centuries. Dumbledore looked at it. His expression was complicated, not greed, not acquisition, but something sadder and more resigned, the expression of a man who had been thinking about this object for years and was now thinking about what he was going to say to his old friend. Nicholas needs to be told, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. And the stone should be destroyed, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. An object that creates immortality keeps the wrong people alive, Harry said. And it will always be a target. Destroying it solves both problems permanently. He paused. Nicholas Flamel is old enough that he knows this already. He'll agree. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long moment. Yes, he said finally. He will. Another pause. You have thought about this. I've thought about most of it, Harry said. He closed his hand around the stone, and then stood up, because his body had apparently decided it was recovered enough for the vertical position. He offered his other hand to Dumbledore. The old man looked at the hand. Something moved in his face that was genuine and unguarded in a way Harry hadn't seen from him before. Then he took it, and Harry helped him up, and they stood in the torchlit corridor and looked at each other. We need to have a longer conversation, Harry said. About the prophecy. About what's coming. About what you know and what I know and what we're going to do with the overlap. Yes, Dumbledore said. We do. Not tonight, Harry said. Tonight I'm going to bed. Something crossed Dumbledore's face that was, unmistakably, very close to a smile. Of course, he said. Harry pocketed the stone, and turned, and walked toward the Slytherin dungeons through the old and breathing castle, and behind him Dumbledore's footsteps went the other way toward the 7th floor, and the torches burned orange and steady, and somewhere above the 3rd floor corridor, under the Scottish sky, something that had been wound tight for 10 years had released. Harry walked home through the castle's dark, and let himself, just for the length of that walk, feel the full weight of the evening, everything Roz had built, everything he'd built himself, everything his mother had built before either of them, and then he let it settle into the architecture of everything he was, where it belonged. 1 year down. Chapter 8, The Heir Decides. Harry slept for 14 hours. He woke at 4 in the afternoon on Sunday with the specific quality of wakefulness that comes after deep sleep, the absolute clarity of a mind that has been completely away and has returned with everything still in its right place. The dormitory was empty, the other 4 boys out somewhere in the castle, afternoon light coming grey and thin through the high underwater windows of the Slytherin quarters. The lake filtered it into something diffuse and blue. He lay on his back and looked at the ceiling and ran through everything the way he ran through everything after a completed operation, not to second-guess, but to store correctly. What had happened? What it had cost? What it meant for what came next? Quirrell was alive. He'd confirmed this before sleeping, from Dumbledore in the corridor, who had said the hospital wing was managing the damage and that Poppy Pomfrey was, in Dumbledore's words, the most capable medical witch in Britain, which Harry had taken as genuine rather than diplomatic. The man who had returned from Quirrell's body would need significant recovery time. Whether recovery was possible in any full sense was a question Harry couldn't answer and set aside. The stone was with Dumbledore. This had been a decision Harry had made in the corridor, not before it. He'd held the stone in the corridor and felt the weight of carrying it and decided that carrying it was not his job, and that giving it to Dumbledore with the explicit conversation about destruction was cleaner than any alternative. He'd watched Dumbledore's face when he handed it over and confirmed what he'd assessed: the old man had no intention of keeping it. The sadness on his face was not possessiveness but something more human, the grief of someone who knew what it would cost Nicholas Flamel to agree to destroy his own life's work and was already carrying that on behalf of his old friend. Harry sat up. His body felt the residue of the previous night, not injury, but the specific heavy clean feeling of a system that had been used at full capacity and had recovered. He'd felt this before, after hard training, after difficult fieldwork. It was a good feeling. He trusted it. He dressed, took the letter he'd written in the early hours before sleeping. He'd written it first, before allowing himself to sleep, because there were priorities, and went to find Athena. She was in the Olary, which she shared with the school owls in a relationship of armed neutrality, occupying her own beam with the composed authority of something that had decided this space was adequate without being impressed by it. She looked at him when he came in with her standard expression of severe assessment. Morocco, he told her. Important. She took the letter, looked at him for a moment with amber eyes, and launched from the beam in a white rush that scattered the barn owls on the neighboring beams with a kind of regal indifference to their complaints. Harry watched her go through the Olary's arched window until she was a white diminishing point against the grey Scottish sky. He found Hermione and Neville in the hospital wing. Not as patients, they were sitting in the chairs by the window at the ward's far end, the specific arrangement of people maintaining a vigil without acknowledging that's what they're doing. Hermione had a book open on her lap that she hadn't been reading. Neville had his hands around a cup of tea that had gone cold. They both looked up when Harry walked in. Hermione's eyes went over him with the rapid, assessing quality she always used when returning from separation, the same check, the same inventory, quick and complete. He met it without deflecting. "You look terrible," she said. "I slept 14 hours. Before that you looked terrible," she said. "Now you just look like yourself." Neville stood up and then sat back down and then stood up again, with the slightly excessive energy of someone who has been sitting still too long in an anxious state. He looked at Harry with the direct honest expression that was becoming more consistent on him, the one that didn't run the nervous processing through several layers first. "It's done," Neville said. "It's done," Harry said. The word settled into the room. Hermione closed her book without marking the page, which was, from her, a significant gesture. Neville let out a long breath. "Quirrell," Hermione said. "Alive. Medical." Harry nodded toward the occupied bed at the ward's other end, curtained off, where the sounds of Madame Pomfrey's activity had been audible since he walked in. "Whatever was in him is gone." Hermione processed this. Voldemort. Without a body, without the stone, without a host. He's not gone, he can't be, not like that, but he's dispersed. He'll be weaker than he's been in a decade and he was already barely there. Harry sat in the third chair. He'll find another way. He always does. But it buys time. Hermione was quiet for a moment. He could see her doing what she did with large information, not just processing the immediate facts but running forward, building the implications, feeling the weight of the longer game. "You know he'll come back," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes. And when he does it'll be worse. Because he'll know about you specifically." She looked at him. "He knows who you are now. Not the story. You." "Yes," Harry said. "Which is useful information for both of us." He looked at the curtained bed. "He's been afraid of death for so long that he's rebuilt everything around avoiding it. That's a specific kind of vulnerability. A man who is afraid of one thing exclusively can be understood." He paused. "I'd rather understand him than not." Neville was looking at him with the thoughtful attention he developed over months of watching Harry think out loud in potion sessions. "You're already planning for the next time," he said. "I'm noting variables," Harry said. "Planning comes later, with more information." "Is that different?" "Slightly," Harry said. The three of them sat with the afternoon light coming through the hospital wing windows and the sounds of the castle going about its Sunday business around them, distant, ordinary, completely indifferent to what had happened the previous night in a corridor 3 floors below. Harry found this indifference appropriate. The world didn't pause for specific events. It continued, which was the right response, and the people who understood this used the continuation. "Thank you," Harry said. Both of them looked at him. "For the planning," he said, to Hermione. "For the research. For the devil's snare." He looked at Neville. "For being ready to go to McGonagall. For not pushing for inclusion when I couldn't include you." Neville looked mildly startled, the expression of someone who had expected this to go unacknowledged in the way that Harry usually let things go unacknowledged, by saying the practical thing and leaving the rest implied. He looked pleased and faintly embarrassed about being pleased. Hermione looked at Harry with something warmer than pleased and considerably less embarrassed about it. "Don't make it strange," she said. "I'm not making it strange. You said thank you like you were filing a report." "That's how I say thank you," Harry said. "I know," she said, with the slight warmth that had become the standard frequency of their communication, the warmth underneath the precision, the way they'd found to operate at full capability without sacrificing the human underneath it. "You're welcome." Dumbledore summoned him Monday morning. The summons arrived via McGonagall, who appeared at the Slytherin table at breakfast with the bearing of someone delivering a message she found interesting and was not going to embellish. "The headmaster's office, Mr. Potter. When you've finished breakfast." A pause. "He said when you've finished breakfast." Said with the slight quality of a woman who had noticed the specificity of the instruction and found it telling. Harry finished his eggs, said nothing to the curious expressions around him. Draco was watching with a careful, focused attention that had been present since Saturday, as if he'd felt the atmospheric shift in the castle without knowing its source, and went upstairs. Dumbledore's office was exactly as he'd expected, round, full of moving portraits and silver instruments and the particular organized eccentricity of a man who had been accumulating things for a very long time and had stopped pretending to systematize them. Fawkes was on his perch, the phoenix regarding Harry with the specific quality of ancient things, unhurried and complete. Harry sat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk without being invited to. Dumbledore, arriving at the desk a moment after him, noticed this and settled into his own chair with the benign equanimity he deployed as a personal atmosphere. He folded his hands. "I want to begin," Dumbledore said, "by saying something that I perhaps should have said at the start of the year, if I had known then what I know now." "All right," Harry said. "I owe you an honest accounting of what I know and what I have withheld." He held Harry's gaze over the half-moon spectacles. "Not what I've withheld for legitimate protective reasons, there are things I have not told you because your age and safety genuinely required it. But what I've withheld for strategic reasons. Because I had a plan and the plan required specific conditions." He paused. "Some of those conditions required you to be less informed than you were. You needed me to be reactive," Harry said. "Not anticipatory." "Yes," Dumbledore said, without decoration. Because the mirror defense required genuine intention. You needed me to want to protect the stone without having planned to be in the room. Harry looked at him. If I'd gone in there with a complete operational plan, the mirror might have read it as acquisition rather than protection. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. That is, a more precise articulation of my concern than I had formed myself. Did it work? Harry said. Despite knowing the mechanism. The stone came to you, Dumbledore said. So yes. Which tells me something rather important about your intentions, regardless of your operational preparation. He looked at Harry with the directness he'd deployed in the corridor, no chess player, just the man. You did not want the stone for yourself. In the deepest sense. Even knowing everything about it. I'm not afraid of dying, Harry said. I'm aware of it. Those are different things. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in the bright blue eyes, complex and quiet. Raz al Ghul, he said. He taught you that. He taught me a lot of things, Harry said. Some of them useful. What are the ones that aren't? Harry considered this genuine question with genuine honesty, because it deserved it. He taught me that everything is a mechanism. That understanding is sufficient. That care for specific people is a vulnerability that needs management. He paused. Some of those are partly right. Some of them are wrong in ways it took me this year to see. And what corrected them? People, Harry said. Hermione. Neville. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. The mirror. My mother. Dumbledore was very still. The mirror showed you your family, he said softly. Not a question. Yes. I had wondered, Dumbledore said, whether you would allow yourself to look. A pause. Most people who find the mirror in the state you found it become attached to it. They return repeatedly. I was concerned. I looked once, Harry said. And then I didn't go back, because going back would have been choosing a reflection over a direction. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I don't choose reflections. Something in Dumbledore's expression shifted, went quieter and more genuine, and he was quiet for a long moment in which the office made its various sounds, the portraits murmuring, the instruments ticking, Fawkes shifting on his perch with a soft sound like a sung note. Tell me about the prophecy, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. I know it exists, Harry said. I know its broad content. I know you've been operating on it since before I was born. I want the exact text and your complete interpretation of it, including the parts you're uncertain about. That is, Dumbledore paused. A great deal of information for a first-year student. Yes, Harry agreed, and waited. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment longer. Then he stood, moved to a cabinet, and returned with a small glass sphere that contained a moving, silvery mist. He set it on the desk between them, and the mist moved, and the office filled with a voice Harry had never heard, crackling and archaic, speaking words that landed in the room with the weight of things that had been determining the shape of other people's decisions for 12 years. Harry listened to the whole of it without interrupting. When it finished he sat with it. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The power he knows not, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. That has been the question. What power? Love, Harry said. The same principle my mother used. He doesn't understand it as a structural force. He understands it as sentiment and dismisses it. He's been dismissing it his entire life, and it's been the one thing he consistently fails to account for. He looked at Dumbledore. He touched me last night and it burned him. He didn't understand why. He's never going to understand why, because understanding it requires a kind of attention he's constitutionally incapable of. Dumbledore was watching him with the expression from the corridor, the unguarded one, the one that was genuinely surprised. You derived that, Dumbledore said, in the time since last night. I've been thinking about it since October, Harry said. Last night confirmed it. Dumbledore sat back. He looked at the prophecy sphere, then at Harry, and the complex expression on his face resolved into something simpler and more honest. I have been afraid, Dumbledore said, quietly, for a long time. Not of him, not primarily. Of the weight of what this requires from you. Of asking it. Of the cost. He looked at his hands. I have managed this year poorly in some respects because I was trying to protect you from the knowledge of that cost while simultaneously needing you to face it. You can't do both, Harry said. No. I know that now. He looked up. I should have spoken to you honestly from the beginning. Yes, Harry said. You should have. He paused. I'm telling you this not as a criticism. As a parameter for how we work going forward. I want honesty. Full information, as much as you're capable of giving me. I'll tell you the same. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I won't be managed. I'm not a piece on your board. I'll be an ally, a genuine one, on those terms. The office was quiet. On those terms, Dumbledore said, slowly, as if testing the words, I accept. Roz arrived on Wednesday. Harry had known he was coming from the last paragraph of Athena's return letter, which had arrived Tuesday morning in the Hawk's talons. Athena and the Hawk had apparently reached some kind of professional accommodation, arriving together, landing on opposite ends of the same bench with the mutual tolerance of colleagues who don't particularly like each other but are both competent. The letter was 4 pages. The final paragraph, I am coming to Hogwarts. I will be there Wednesday. This is not a recovery mission. You completed the operation correctly and I have no criticism of the execution. I'm coming because I would like to see the school you chose, and because there are things that are better said in person, and because I find I have been in Morocco for 3 consecutive months without field work and the Atlas Mountains are, at present, exhausting my patience. Arrange a meeting place that will not require me to spend time with Albus Dumbledore unprepared. Harry had informed Dumbledore of this with the directness of someone who was operating on the new terms, and had watched Dumbledore's face go through a remarkable sequence of expressions, surprise, calculation, consideration, and then something that looked almost like anticipation. Fascinating, Dumbledore had said. He's asked for advance notice, Harry had said. I'm giving you both advance notice. What you do with it separately is your business. Meeting the two of you in the same room would require coordination I don't have the energy for this week. Dumbledore had looked at him with bright eyes. Of course, he'd said, pleasantly, which could have meant anything. Roz came in through the main gate at 2 in the afternoon on Wednesday, which was the least dramatic possible entrance for a man who was several hundred years old and had once taken a castle by distracting an entire army with a weather event. He wore ordinary clothes, dark coat, plain, no theater, and the gate reacted to his presence with the slight hesitation that Hogwarts gave to extraordinary things, the castle's ancient recognition that something significant had passed its threshold. Harry met him at the gate. They looked at each other. Roz looked, the same. Of course he looked the same. Harry understood intellectually that Ra's al Ghul did not change on a timeline that a single year could register, but the understanding sat differently now, having spent a year becoming something and returning to the person who had built the becoming, finding him exactly as he'd been left. You look well, Roz said. Rested, finally. I slept 14 hours Saturday. I know. You mentioned it in the letter. You were pleased about it. I was, Harry said. They walked toward the castle. Roz looked at it with the specific attention he gave to old things, interested, methodical, the look of someone reading a building the way others read text. Harry watched him do it without commenting, because Roz looking at things required patience. It's been here 1,000 years, Harry said. I know. I read the architectural history. A pause. It's well made. The foundation woodwork is exceptional for its period. He looked at the towers. There's something else in it. Something layered over centuries. Not cast magic. Accumulated magic. From the people who've been here. I felt that the first night, Harry said. Roz looked at him, briefly. The look that wasn't quite surprise but was something adjacent, the look that acknowledged a piece of information he hadn't predicted. Yes, he said. I imagine you would. They walked through the entrance hall, up the main staircase, and Harry took him to the room he'd arranged, a small classroom on the 4th floor that wasn't in regular use, 2 chairs, a window overlooking the lake, ordinary. Roz sat in one chair and Harry sat in the other, and the afternoon light came through the window and the castle was quiet around them. They talked for 2 hours. Harry told him all of it. Not the version he'd give Dumbledore or the version he'd give Hermione, but the complete version, the one that included the parts that had been difficult, the parts that had cost him something, the things he was still working through. He told him about the mirror. He told him about the corridor, the protection, the specific quality of his mother's magic working in real time. He told him about Dumbledore's conversation and the terms they'd established. Roz listened. He didn't interrupt, didn't make notes, didn't do anything except listen with the total attention he brought to things worth listening to. When Harry finished, Roz was quiet for a moment. The protection, he said. You felt it. Yes. What was it like? Harry thought about this carefully. Roz asking what something was like was not a casual question, he was asking for a precise account, an accurate description, not a feeling report but an observation. Harry gave it to him the way he'd give any observation, as accurately as he could. Like being held, he said. Not physically. Structurally. Like the magic knew who I was and had been waiting to be needed. Roz was quiet for a moment. His expression was the one Harry knew from the battlement, from the last evening before Hogwarts, the one underneath the demon's head, the one that was just the man. She was exceptional, he said. Your mother. I spent 2 years verifying the accounts of that night before I was certain of what she'd done. The mechanism she created is unique in recorded magical history. He paused. She would have been extraordinary company. Harry looked at him. Don't make that face, Roz said. What face? The face you make when something has landed and you're deciding whether to let it. He looked at Harry steadily. Let it. Harry looked at the window. The lake was steel gray and steady. A squid arm broke the surface briefly and disappeared. I kept thinking, Harry said, that I should feel more about them. About my parents. I have 10 years of distance and almost no information, and last Saturday night I felt her magic and stood in that room and, he stopped. And? Roz said. And it was enough, Harry said. Not enough as insufficient. Enough as incomplete. Like the thing that happened that night was entire in itself, regardless of what came before or after. He paused. I don't know if that's the right way to feel about it. There isn't a right way, Roz said. There's your way. That's the only available version. He held Harry's gaze. She gave you something that no training can produce and no education can generate. That is a form of profound care, delivered in the only way the circumstances permitted. You're allowed to receive it as what it was. The room was very quiet. Harry sat with it, the way Roz had always told him to sit with important things, not rushing through to the other side, not analyzing it to pieces, just holding it with the full weight of it present. Roz, he said. Yes. You raised me well. He held the old man's gaze. I want you to know I understand what that cost and what it was. Roz was still. The afternoon light through the window. The old eyes, centuries of them, looking at him with the expression that was not the demon's head and not the League's founder and not the strategist or the philosopher. You cost me considerably more than most things I have undertaken, Roz said. I found it was worth it. They sat in the comfortable silence that was one of the specific languages they shared. Then Roz said, with the slight shift in register that meant he was moving from private ground to practical, tell me about the Malfoy situation. Harry told him. Roz listened, asked 3 precise questions, and gave a single piece of advice that Harry filed immediately as accurate and useful. And Dumbledore, Roz said. I've established terms with him. Honest exchange, full information, no management. Harry paused. I haven't fully decided how much to trust him yet. A reasonable position, Roz said. He is trustworthy in some respects and convenient in others, and the two overlap in ways that are worth mapping carefully. He paused. He will try to be a mentor to you. I know. You should let him, Roz said. Not because you need one. But because he has things to teach that are genuinely his, and the relationship will be more honest if you allow it rather than managing it from a distance. He looked at Harry. You already have a mentor. Having two is not a conflict. Harry looked at him. You're not concerned about it. I would be concerned, Roz said, if you needed him to be what I am. You don't. You're settled in yourself. The question is only whether you'll let him contribute what he actually has, which is different from what I have and worth having. Harry sat with this. When are you leaving? He said. Tomorrow morning, Roz said. I have 3 matters waiting in Morocco and Celia is managing them poorly through no fault of her own. He paused. I'll be back at the end of term. You don't have to, I know I don't have to, Roz said. I will. He was gone by Thursday's dawn. Harry was in the Ollery when the Dark Hawk launched from the window carrying Roz's final note to his Moroccan correspondents, and he watched it go the same way he'd watched Athena go, until it was a point and then wasn't, and then stood in the quiet of the Ollery with the school waking up around him in its morning rhythms. The end of term was 3 weeks away. There were exams, first-year exams, which Harry had been preparing for with the same methodical completeness he applied to everything, which meant he was prepared for them in the way that someone who has read the entire field before sitting down to discuss one section of it is prepared. They would be fine. They would be more than fine. He was aware that his exam results were going to produce a specific conversation with several of his professors, and he had calibrated his thinking about this to simply let it be what it was. He was sitting by the lake on the Thursday evening, in the spot he'd found in October, a particular stone at the bank's edge where the water came up close and the castle reflected in it at the right time of day, when Hermione found him. She sat beside him without preamble. She'd long since stopped asking if he wanted company, having concluded that his answer would always be yes and his saying so would always be slightly awkward, and that arriving was cleaner for both of them. Roz left, she said. This morning. She looked at the lake. How was it? Seeing him. Good, Harry said. Strange. He paused. Normal. Both. She nodded, taking this in the way she took everything, with full attention, without the need to fill the space it occupied. I wanted to ask you something, she said. And I want you to answer honestly, not strategically. I'll try, he said, which was honest. Are you coming back next year? He looked at the lake. The water was dark and still, the late evening settling over it with the specific quality of the Scottish end of term, everything wrapping up, the year completing itself, the castle preparing to release its students for summer. He'd been thinking about this for weeks. The question of why he was here, whether to stay, what Hogwarts was to him in the larger architecture of his life. He'd turned it over from every angle he could find. The honest answer was the one he'd been working toward since September. Yes, he said. Yes, because of the education, she said. Partly. Yes, because of Voldemort and the prophecy. That's part of it. Yes, because, she stopped, and glanced at him with the slight sideways quality of someone asking a real question behind the surface one. Because of this? She meant the lake, and the castle, and the evening, and everything that constituted the particular texture of this place and the people in it. She meant herself and Neville and the complicated, real, unchosen thing that had happened over the course of the year. She asked it without any of the anxious hedging that a less confident person would have surrounded it with, which was one of the things about her that Harry had found consistently impressive since the first week on the train. Harry looked at the castle across the lake. The towers going gold in the evening light. The windows beginning to warm as the interior lights came on. The ancient, enormous, breathing fact of it. "I came here in September," he said, "because it was strategically sensible and because I wanted to, and at the time those felt like different things." He paused. "They're not different things. I understand that now." He looked at her. "I'm coming back because this is where I'm supposed to be. Not where Dumbledore needs me. Not where the prophecy points. Where I've decided to be." He held her gaze. "That includes the specific people who made the deciding worth doing." She looked at him for a moment. "That's the least operational thing you've said all year," she said. "I'm aware," he said. She smiled, and the smile was the real one, the one she didn't produce for the benefit of rooms but only in small spaces with people she trusted, and Harry noted it with the specific attention he gave to things that mattered and let himself simply feel it rather than immediately filing it. "Good," she said. They sat by the lake until the light was gone and the castle was all warm windows against a dark sky, and then they went in for dinner and the castle received them with its usual complete indifference, which was, Harry thought, exactly right. The final weeks of term moved with the particular momentum of a year completing itself. Exams came and went. Harry's results would not be known until summer, but the papers had been what they had been, which was to say comprehensive and in several cases considerably beyond the year's expected range. McGonagall had looked at his transfiguration paper with the expression of a woman recalibrating her assessment upward for the third time in the same year. Flitwick had read his charms paper and made a small sound of genuine delight. Snape had taken his potions paper without comment and put it face down on the stack with slightly more force than necessary. Neville's practical potions exam had been exceptional. Harry had heard about this secondhand, from Neville himself, on the evening of the exam, on the steps outside the greenhouses where Neville had come to deliver the news with the specific expression of someone who has done something they weren't sure they could do and is still slightly amazed by the fact of it. He'd produced a potion in the practical that Snape had examined for a long moment and then graded without comment, which Neville had correctly identified as Snape's version of a positive response. He didn't say anything, Neville said, but he wrote the grade immediately. He usually takes a long time with mine. He was surprised, Harry said. Taking a long time means he's finding the problem. Taking no time means there wasn't a problem to find. Neville looked at him. You knew this was going to happen. I knew it was possible, Harry said. You made it happen. Neville was quiet for a moment. The pressure practice. The sessions. The thing you said in October about bravery. He looked at Harry with the honest, direct attention he'd developed over the year, the one that had stopped looking away from direct things. You decided to invest in me. You didn't have to. I know, Harry said. Why? He'd been asked this before. He gave the same answer he'd given then, because it was still the real one. Because you were worth it. He paused. You still are. Keep going. Neville nodded once, with the specific quality of someone receiving something and committing to it rather than just accepting it. The last night of term, after the end of year feast, which Slytherin had won on points despite losing the Quidditch Cup, which had produced a specific expression from McGonagall that Harry had found quietly amusing, he went back to the lake. It was midnight. Strictly speaking, out of bounds. The invisibility cloak was in his bag but he hadn't put it on, because he'd stopped needing to hide himself from the castle's rhythms several months ago, having concluded that a school that could produce a living chess set was probably not going to produce the specific filch encounter that would ruin his evening. The lake was still. No wind. The reflection of the castle was perfect, the towers going straight down into the dark water, doubling the building, making it seem even larger and more permanent than it was. The sky had cleared for the first time in weeks and the stars were everywhere, more of them than you ever saw from a city, the full Scottish sky doing what it did when the clouds were gone, showing you more universe than you were quite prepared for. Harry sat on his stone and looked at it. He thought about the year. Not in sequence, he wasn't reviewing an operation, but the way you thought about something you were in the middle of and trying to locate yourself within. The train, the sorting, the lake from the boats. Snape's first class, the mirror, the corridor. His mother's magic, alive in his palm. Dumbledore in the corridor at 2 a.m, sitting on the floor. Roz in the 4th floor classroom saying she would have been extraordinary company in the voice underneath the voice. He thought about what Roz had built. The patience. The observation. The ability to read a room, a ward, a person, a political structure. The capacity to act without urgency, to plan without arrogance, to fight without cruelty. The discipline to sit with uncertainty and let it develop. The understanding that power was not the point, purpose was the point, and power was one of the tools available to purpose. He thought about what he had built on top of it. Hermione, who had engaged him as an equal from the first 40 seconds and had not stopped. Neville, who had shown him something he hadn't known he needed to see, the specific courage of someone building themselves from the ground up, quietly, without audience. Dumbledore, who was complicated and brilliant and had spent a year making decisions about him that needed revising, and who was honest enough to admit this and real enough in his affection that it didn't feel like strategy. Even Draco Malfoy, who was still figuring out who he was separate from his father, and who had been in conversation with Harry for 2 months now in ways that were becoming increasingly genuine. He thought about the scar, and the connection, and the thing that was dispersed and diminished and would come back. He knew what was coming. Not the specifics, he didn't have all the pieces yet, but the shape of it. The prophecy. The long game. The fact that the wizarding world was not finished with its worst history and that the worst history was specifically pointed at him. He wasn't afraid of this. He was, something else. Something that Roz had not specifically trained in him but that the year had produced anyway, invested. He had looked at this world for the first time in September with the operational detachment of someone assessing territory, and he was leaving it in June with something entirely different. He cared about it. Not about all of it, not the ministry's politics, not the blood hierarchy nonsense, not the specific idiocy that people dressed up as tradition, but about the thing underneath all of that. The magic itself. The old, living, particular quality of it. The way it breathed in the castle's stones. The way it had been in his mother's hands. He was staying for that. He was staying for Hermione and Neville and the lake and the ridiculous sentient chess set and Flitwick's academic delight and even Snape's impossible, grinding difficulty, because even Snape was teaching him something real even when the delivery method was terrible. He was staying because he had decided. Not because the prophecy said to. Not because Dumbledore needed him to. Not because Roz had built him for it. Because Harry Potter, the demon's heir, the boy who had been raised in the Atlas Mountains by the oldest living strategist in the world, who had done field work in Marrakesh and learned ward theory from a Moroccan wizard and could disappear in a room full of people and navigate a cave system by memory and had looked Voldemort in the face at 11 years old and not stepped back, had looked at this world and decided it was worth his time. That was the only reason that mattered. He sat by the lake and let the castle stand behind him, enormous and old and alive in its way, and the stars turned overhead in their patient vast indifference, and somewhere in the building Hermione was probably still awake reading and Neville was probably asleep having finally earned a complete rest, and Roz was back in Morocco being impatient with the desert, and Dumbledore was probably in his office doing something complicated with too many moving parts, and all of it was real and specific. And present. Harry looked at the water. The reflection of the castle looked back. He reached up and touched the scar once, briefly, with 2 fingers. The connection was faint and quiet, dormant but present. He felt it the way you felt weather coming, not immediate, not urgent, but real. Something on the horizon. I know, he thought, at nothing in particular. I'll be ready. He put his hand down. He breathed the cold lake air and let the stars be enormous, and after a while he stood, and turned, and walked back toward the castle's lit entrance, back toward the warmth and the stone and the 1,000 years of accumulated life in it, back toward the people sleeping inside it who had become, without any operation or strategy or plan, simply his. He chose to come back. He chose to stay. For the first time in his life, a place was not an assignment or a training ground or a base of operations. It was home. He walked into the light, and the castle doors closed behind him, and the lake was still and dark and full of stars.